Welcome to this weekend's first session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that will come in to populate the queue, we will look at a new level by Dial, his first in a while actually, called The Bounding of Isaac. This was just uploaded within the last week, and it is apparently a roguelike Mario with 11 random power-ups, 5 bosses, and alternate paths. Let's take a look. Also notice that you've got a 3-minute 57-ish world record and a 3.57% clear rate. That kind of conjunction is not going to last very long. Something here about that equivalence is going to give. Anyway, here we are at The Bounding of Isaac. We are going to probably have to send this shell in to turn everything off. I don't know if we actually are required to do so. Might be more interesting to see what happens if we don't activate it. Just for curiosity and testing purposes. So supposing I don't activate it, we'll just head on forward. Those coins on the bottom row seem potentially misleading. Who knows? One up there, okay. I do kind of wonder now what that on-off switch at the beginning was affecting, but we'll have to find out some other time. Unless, of course, I take a death fairly quickly. But yeah, the shell... this one, unless there was some other kind of automation. Oh, I see. It almost certainly triggers something with a randomizer gate up top. That, depending on how things are bouncing around up there, different things are going to drop. So maybe we should actually engage with that mechanic prior to hitting what looks like a boss room. Yeah, let's see what happens. No, you know what? We're all the way here. Let's see the boss room first. Just to check. Okay, so here's Roy. We're going to get here without having previously picked up any items, which maybe we were supposed to do earlier, if this is anything like the roguelike concept that has been suggested. Hello, Male64. We just started. And yeah, okay, so there is a random power-up that you're given. That would have been useful, in fact, before we hit boss number 1. But I'm pretty sure that the on-off timing there is specifically present to act as a bit of a scrambling device, and of course we're just kind of back to 0 here anyway, with losing the power-up along the way, so... Yeah, I was concerned initially that it would just be some kind of gate, but it is a power-up dispenser. That is going to give you certain combinations, although here, in this case, even if we kept SMB2, the Fire Flower would have overridden it by the time we got over here, so... Whoops. Alright. Roy isn't going to be able to drop in that many locations, so we'll just try to get him to spawn somewhere it's actually reachable, and nope, he's just going to hit me in the face. And we get nothing. That seems like I maybe broke the mechanism. It is dependent on the timing of an object that is bouncing around up top, so... if things are just finicky in a way that we can't necessarily see down here, maybe there is some possibility that we bugged out the item dispenser by causing some kind of overlap or collision upstairs with the mechanism that we don't know about. But here's SMB2 once again. As you can see, there is a shell that dies up top, probably from a very similar switching mechanism. We are very recklessly losing this as we go. And what is going to drop for us this time? Super Ball, okay. Sure, we'll take it. And it's going to be a Roy fight once again. We'll just make sure we don't get stun locked. That seems to be one of the, whoops, riskier things that can happen. Yeah, it is a clown car randomizer on the upper level. Although we haven't seen anything dispensed from there other than SMB2 just yet, so. Whoops. Nope. Also, you do kind of have a choice of power-ups if you do make it all the way over with SMB2, for instance. You don't necessarily need to pick up the Fire Flower or Super Ball here, or whatever else we're given. Here's a Super Ball, and let's get back in. We should actually maybe take out some of these Piranha Plants along the way. That might be useful with either one of the projectile power-ups. Just to create a little bit of extra space. The deflection, of course, on the Super Ball helps quite a bit, as you can see, in terms of getting rid of the Fire Flowers in a top position. Roy is always going to be a little bit deceptive with his shell form. And Mail, thank you for submitting the first entry into queue today. We'll play yours after I complete one of the routes on this level, which apparently has some additional element of randomization to it. I don't know if it has anything to that other than the item selection, but we'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. Okay, looks like we have checkpoint 1, and then we have a selection of places we can go. Let's go left. And is Blue Spla, you need to find your Switch charger. Yeah, that would be pretty helpful if that's been depleted. Especially if you do mainly play on handheld. Okay, here it actually would have been useful to keep the Super Ball from the previous room. I played nearly everything by this maker, Dial, and one thing that is very characteristic of his levels is that sometimes they are a little heavy on the moments of bullet hell. They tend to be one of the things that gets tuned a little bit harder, but anyway, as you can see, there is going to be a randomizer that drops something every time. This time we're given a shoe. Last time I don't think we were given anything, unless I skipped something in this middle section. We can, of course, check up here. Nope, one-way panels. And, I see. So because we're coming down to here on the right side, we drop all the way down to the lower level, and so it's going to be a climb rather than a descent. Looks like a side thwomp. Sure, we'll take another shoe. No. No, we won't. Looks like we probably had to keep a shoe here in order to make it across safely, but, yeah, possibly I may just be locked here and have to take to death. Why, second, welcome. You're quite welcome to send me a speedrun. I never quite know what to expect. I feel like the kind of meaning of speedrun has changed quite a bit in the context of Mario Maker over time. But yeah, we play all sorts around here, so certainly don't mind. Oh, thank you for the Team Speedrun 40-second submission. I'll look at that in due course. Whoops. Okay. You know, I should just bounce up here and lose the shoe completely. Oh, okay, that's why there was a down arrow. Maybe I do need a shoe intact to survive any of this, but nope, that's going to go. Yeah, a little bit blind with some of the swamp drops here, but That's okay, just need to check each column carefully before I do much of anything. Okay, so we've got a kind of double Koopaling boss here. I don't know if Wendy's going to be blown back up. I think maybe it is a random selection, actually, depending on the clown car randomizer, where the clown car is going to bounce in a random direction off screen, and that's going to spawn one of the Koopalings by rescuing him to the upper level. I think that's probably how this works. Okay. Going to be quite careful here. And just try to find some safe zones. And eventually get to a position where I can pop this guy in the head. Let's see if we can get him down here. Okay, that's a second hit. We'll just wait for him to come across. And totally missed that jump. Alright, that was maybe not the most stylish finish that we could have imagined. I don't know if I'm particularly fond of the Thwomp climb here. I think I'd rather do the descent instead. I may come to regret this, depending on what we get here. Ah, I see, so... There we go, just need to crouch into that. Okay. Having the helmets does help here. Whoops, no, we shouldn't have done that. Even if it does create a bit of displacement here. So yeah, left side is descent, right side is climb. When you pass through each of these sections. Oh, okay. You know, Mail64, and I assume that you are playing the new HD port that just came out yesterday, but I actually don't remember it being that slow. But I think maybe because at the time, of course, my context for that would have been Twilight Princess, and Twilight Princess has an introduction that is just interminable. And so, compared to that, the one in Skyward Sword actually seemed incredibly efficient. What did I say about wanting to do the ascent rather than... Yeah, I kind of feel like I want to get on top of the swamp here, but... Okay, fine. We'll just do it this way instead. No. As you can see, just a mild blindness to this section makes me prefer the other route instead, even though we did succeed with this one. And oh, whoops, not the other. Yeah, the context now is Breath of the Wild, which is just, I think, a much better lesson in tutorial design. Oh yeah, that is very true. Oh, we actually get a winged boot this time. That'll be nice, because that means we might actually be able to get on top of the Thwomp. Okay, there we go. Actually keeping the shoe for once as we send these down. And having the winged boot is actually very efficient here, because we can just ride these out. Nope. Whoops. Actually, we just do this. That skips that whole section. Yeah, I think the thing about the new Joy-Cons, depending on your region, of course, is that the stock issues would have been evident to people who were trying to get them on pre-order, but it seems like a lot was just made available for people on launch day. And that the allocations for the pre-orders were simply very low, as far as I could tell, because that is certainly what I've heard about their availability from some of the trackers in my region as well. Now, here's the interesting thing, that we can bust through the hard blocks on either side using the clown car, can't we? Yes, we can. I don't think that does anything for me, but we should check the other side just to be perfectly diligent about it and to put myself at risk of losing everything. Okay, no, that's nothing. So nothing really going on with the scroll break, but we do have a branching path. That will take me to, what, 50 coin and a checkpoint. Master Sword. Yeah, we'll go with Master Sword. That probably has the most flexibility if we're going into yet another boss. Well, except of course for the issue of only taking that one hit, but thankfully we do have the mushroom refresh, and I said, thankfully we do have the mushroom refresh, or don't we? Okay, we have the key. And that's the flag. Alright, let's get right into the queue. Yeah, it seems like Amiibo is, the lines have kind of thinned out, and as they become more of a niche collectible, in general, the production numbers have gone way down since the height of the Amiibo brand in the Wii U era. Everything with Amiibo seems scarce nowadays, I think. Ever since they overproduced the Animal Crossing sets and cards, they've drastically cut back. First in queue is going to be Mail. And then Enrix forgot to acknowledge your submission of Twisted Corridors much earlier on, so thank you for coming in as well. We'll hopefully see yours before too long. Granite Quarry. So, thank you for offering me first clear on this version. I don't think I've seen this one before. Alright, let's go through this active workplace. And yes, so it is part of your super world then. Multiple paths, as usual. We kind of have a sense of your style by now. So yeah, we'll have to do at least one route, and then we'll see how things are going. Lots that we can hit with the Koopa Shell here, including this Pokey. Okay, just coins. However, I mean, I guess technically you can hit these from below. I wonder if I can, in fact, nuke this jump here. Whoops. Yeah, that's fine. That works too. Yeah, I can definitely see what's going on here with the artwork. This load-bearing crane. Fine work of engineering. This was a shell spot for coins. That's something, of course, that will benefit from the Super World format, where amassing lives and coins actually feels meaningful. And yeah, up here, it didn't really look like there was any further we could go with a Tanuki flight, so we'll just take the top path. XGM, welcome. And oh, lost a Tanuki, that's okay, we'll stick with a Fire Flower and nuke some Pokies. Kind of like how having gone up the top side entrance takes you up to what looks like this top level with all the cranes that are creating a skyscraper or something, or eventually will do so to fill out the skyline. Actually, no, it's a granite quarry. These are all here to do some mining. But yeah, I kind of like that sense of space from having them match. This here, let's see. How we'll do it. Not quite. Burkowski, welcome. Yeah, next GM, burnout is definitely a risk you can incur when you are making levels and publishing them 100 at a time, which, you know, is a pretty intense way to go about things. Okay, so I assume that these are actually two separate exits from the previous zone. I guess there's a fair assumption that you're going to be going left or right, but the fact that you can re-enter this does make that maybe slightly unclear. I assume that that is going to be the exit, though. I mean, you can make this one way, you don't have to, but this is Also an example of a place where I guess you couldn't use a directional arrow because of the semi-solid in the artwork in the background. Usually it's one of those checkpoint locations where I think an arrow is actually kind of helpful. But whatever works. I mean, left to right, it's not such a big problem, but I find that when I respawn at checkpoint, I usually just completely lose any sense of orientation for what the flow of the level is up to that point, so. Okay. Okay, Fireflower spot up here, but Snooky Leaf will also do as well. 30 coin. And yeah, next GM, it seems like we'll be getting through your backlog for a while, so no worries about taking a break from making for the time being. We've got tons of content to work with. Okay, I guess we'll drop them. And just ride this across. Looks like there was a lower level there too. We can take a look at there briefly, although I think it's just multiple convergent exits coming into the same location. Unless there is a secret down there that we can drop towards, given that... maybe there is actually, just given that there doesn't seem to be a way to really climb this. Yeah, let's do it. And drop. Okay, that was maybe unwise. Never mind that. Now, this is interesting, because I think maybe the implication there was that I would get something like a leaf to work with. Is this a location that I just can't leave? Okay, no, I have to take the lift. Yep. There we go. So yeah, exit only. Wasn't quite sure from how I was looking at that on camera. And that's the exit. 30 coin up there. Yeah, we're going for it. At great risk to ourselves. And thank you for that mail. And for offering me first clear. Thank you for the GGs. Don't think we have any... oh, maybe we do have an active sub in. I'll just check this quickly. Alright, let's go down the list next. And yeah, NREX, before we punch in your code, I just need 1 second to take care of one quick thing I need to clean up off stream. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you for waiting. Let's get right into it. And thank you, MateKit, for the follow. Twisted Corridors. Very new level from earlier in the week. Tight platforming with 1 checkpoint. Red coins are an optional speed route. I see that this is one of those levels that belongs to the class of things that have far more likes than clears. Which is always interesting to take a look at, because it means that a lot of people who could not beat this still manage to have fun. And that tends to be a good sign, I think. So, let's see how we do. Said something about 1 checkpoint. There's a set of markers here for potential destinations. Let's just be careful. Whoops. I believe I should be able to land as long as I don't bend backwards too quickly. So yeah, much more precision-oriented. That's one thing that is, I should warn you, really not my skill set, but we'll try to make something happen here. Okay. Now, let's think about how to manage that. Because that's a tricky looking location with that down slope. But get up there. Yeah, all of the destinations, of course, are pretty clearly marked. Okay. Yeah, I needed to build up a little bit more momentum there, I think. Maybe starting from the edge, if I can. At least it's very clear about the fact that the sub-pixel collision here is going to favor the semi-solid over the muncher. There we go. I wonder if I need to do a bit of a slide here to get around this obstacle up top. Nope. Whoops. Yeah, I can see now why the clear rate is as low as it is. Precision stuff like this is a pretty specific skill set. There are some people who are very well practiced at this and beat them reliably. Nope. That takeoff point is maybe the right idea, but I think I need a little bit more speed, so... It could be from a slide, actually, now that I look at it. And of course, I'm looking at the right side here as well, because eventually, if we get anywhere close to that, we'll have to deal with that in good time. Yeah, launching a bit early there, but basically if I do a slide and jump straight up out of it, that may be the method around that location. We'll see. Not quite straight up. I do need to bend forward a little bit. The takeoff timing is probably okay. It's just that I am jumping up a little too straight, and that's causing some issues. And a slide makes me feel like I don't have a great deal of control coming out of that location either, so... Nope. Yeah, I definitely need way more momentum going up top. Once again, a jump like that feels like it's not actually going to develop enough height. Two pink coins, as you can see. Although I think it said earlier that was going to be an optional path. Looks like the only way that coin is accessible is from the lower level, probably would have slid down the steep slope to the right of the first muncher on the bottom. Because as you can see here, you can't go down towards it. And Thomas B, welcome. Good to see you back. We can maybe take a stab at this coin, just to get a sense of how that slide interaction is going to work. I think that, given that you do need to enter this single column gap pretty precisely, that it is the hard path for a reason. But it does strongly imply that the slide is going to maybe have something to do with this. No, you don't really need to slide. You can just run left on the slope. A lot harder? Yeah. I was kind of wondering how that would feel, that's all. I'll give it a few tries and see, but I doubt I'll be able to make that, given that I'm already having a lot of trouble with the standard path. And yeah, Thomas B, it has been quite a while. Always good to see people coming back to this game and come back to the stream. But thank you for submission, and we'll get to Blue Dazzle soon enough. Whoops. Yeah, we'll see if we can get over that last jump that's been giving me a fair bit of trouble. If I'm really crashing against it and not progressing, then I may drop this one comparatively early, just because, you know, with precision levels like this, sometimes either you understand how to do it with practice or you don't, and if I don't, it feels a little like the result is going to be a bit random unless I can get a very clear, reliable method for it, so if I can't develop that soon, I may tap out of this one, but thanks for sharing it anyway. Oops. Blue Dazzle is your new maker ID. Okay, I see. Thanks for clarifying. Well, looking forward to whatever is there. Yeah, it looks like maybe just a run to the right will be fine. I don't need to do a slide and lose control that way. I just need much better aerial control once I've actually gone up and under the top corner. No. Yeah, there's something to the momentum control here that I don't quite understand how to do, but we'll give it a few more attempts. Whoops. Aramis, welcome. Sort of interesting, too, how... So, the camera is not actually completely locked, as you can see, because of that exit point to the right side. But I just want to show off one little thing here. But, yeah, for the most part, when you're going up the left side, the camera is just going to remain in place because you're just never going further right enough, crossing this center boundary here to actually scroll forward and see what's coming, so... It's kind of neat because if you're just going up the left side, it just gives you this illusion that it's scroll locked, even though it's clearly an open exit on the bottom right corner. This looks like it's quite a lengthy series of obstacles, though. I think it's not likely for me to beat unless... Yeah, well, I mean, it's not likely to be beaten unless it's by someone who really kind of understands precision adjustments. Nope, at least there is a safe location here to land on if you need to retry this. You can usually manage to dodge the muncher on the way back up. Yeah, Thomas B., it does kind of seem like, to some extent, that the player base has reached a bit of a saturation point. It is a fairly large player base, but I think just given the fate of a lot of games that made the transition from Wii U to Switch, we could say that I think most people who were involved with Super Mario Maker had higher hopes for the expanded audience of the second game, but yeah, just a function of this game landing in a very different situation on this system than the first one's situation on Wii U, I think. So, Enrix, I'm going to take a look at the preview screen here. Let me just see how much we were in for. I see that you've got a 20-second record on this, which is incredible given that your own clear check time was a whole minute. So I guess screen-wise, we're only about a third of the way through. I don't know if I even want to know how barely managed to clear this in 20 seconds. So, unfortunately, we couldn't give you a very good showcase of it. I'm just not really enough of a precision specialist to have the technique to get over the early segments, but thank you very much for sharing it anyway. And yeah, we'll hopefully give something like this a better showing after some additional experience and practice. So thank you for that, Enrix. And in terms of the clear video, if you have the link ready, Enrix, you're free to link it if I give you a permit first, but a DM is fine too. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, I'd be curious about the world record run. That seems absolutely crazy, so. Yeah, like I said, precision is one of the things that I'm probably worst at doing in this game, so I wasn't able to show you very much, unfortunately, but I'm glad you've seen some pretty good runs of people who really knew how to navigate that. West Second, thank you for checking in to see Junkyard Jam. 40 seconds marked for team speedrun. Escape to Junkyard before you become trash. And Mang, welcome. Okay. Let's see how much lenience this has, because I'm definitely not doing this net cleanly. We've lost a fair bit of time here, in fact. I like that it's not a strict follow the coin path kind of speedrun, and that it actually has a fair bit of flexibility to it in terms of how I can find my own route. I do need to go off the edge on that jump with star power. I had 3 seconds remaining, so I was unlikely to make it anyway. But yeah, depending on how tight it actually winds up being, I like how flexible and open it feels when it comes to the kind of jumps I can bring in with me. Whoops. And yeah, you can just go up without going to the left in that top left corner that we showed off just now. So, lots of little things we can do all over the place here to make this happen. I was losing some momentum on the upslope. I should be jumping in that area. That's the issue there, is that I'm just losing a little too much speed. Okay. We'll just skip that this way. Forward. But yeah, I much prefer levels like this that aren't about, whoops, doing one thing in one path very cleanly and just either doing it accurately or not, but would rather give you a fair bit of flexibility to make a lot of minor improvements of your own choosing. What is the record on this? Record on this shaves off 7 seconds, which I think is actually just a testament to its flexibility here. So yeah, we don't need to worry too much about the tightness of the clock, maybe, depending on how optimized that is. But like I said, it's going to be a flexible level, so taking the start up there rather than waiting it for it to drop seems really quite important here. And, nope. Probably shouldn't have done that. 4 seconds remaining in that segment. If we didn't get trapped in claws, I actually should have retained star power all the way there, so. Green Heroes, welcome. Green Heroes, is that just a new version of your Take On Me entry? And that's fine, I don't mind playing multiple versions. If that's just a revision of what you showed me before on the music stream about a week ago. I was just curious, just given how the code has been parsed. Okay, slide. And through we go. And okay, losing a lot of time here, actually. I'm quite a few seconds down. Looks like the top of that segment might be accessible, though. So maybe this is a lot tighter than I gave it credit for, but so we made a couple of errors along the way, so who knows. Whoops, yeah, as you can see, can't really just miss jumps like that, but we'll see how much improvement I can make despite that mistake and this mistake. Yeah, no, let's just start over. Yeah, Green Heroes, we played that previously on the music stream, so unless this is a new revision, we can look at something else. I'm pretty sure you were here for that, too. So, here we go. Yeah, no, losing way too much time. Alright, thanks for your Homestuck submission, and we'll take a look at that in due course. Losing too much time on the descent over on the left side here, actually. I should be able to do that much more cleanly. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I should be able to bounce all the way over, actually. I did that on my very first attempt on this. I know it's feasible. Whoops. Yeah, losing too much time there once more. So we'll see. As you can see from the best attempt that I put in with the 0-second timeout earlier, we still had quite a ways to go. I felt like I was maybe at least 2 seconds down, depending on how that final loop was going to go. And yeah, Green Heroes, I'll read what you're saying about those level stats in just a moment. Whoops. It has so many plays that you're scared of taking it down. Okay, I didn't know it had taken off that well. I mean, it seemed like it was off to a very good start when I saw it, but it was still fairly new at the time. Okay. Yeah, just gonna fall gracefully here. Okay. And what can we do here? Okay, got a little bit further, but as you can see, I'm missing something that will allow me to take out the last piranha, because maybe I needed to retain the star all the way up to that point, actually. Oh, look at this donut block here. That if you fall into the donut block, you can just go directly across. That's interesting. Cute little spot there. Don't know how reliably I can do it, though. Nope, not reliably. Not able to do that twice. So you can't just slide into it at full speed. There is some other adjustment you have to do to get that skip. Maybe I should be grabbing the star later after all. Pending. Or maybe there are some additional locations here to grab more stars, unless... there's something else we can do to clear out the end. I just don't see what it could be yet. I mean, the coin at the end seems to imply that we should hit the question block, but I'm not sure what the question block will give me that would interact with everything else here, so... Let's go back and see that, and we'll have to find out. And I'm a little down on time there regardless. Maybe I should be... Oh, no, star goes this way, so yeah, that's going to lose too much time. Okay. And 4 seconds here, that's going to be much too late. I'm just looking at all these POW blocks here to see if anything can be activated. Yeah, I am looking at the last coin block there, where the coin is strongly encouraging me to hit that, and just not exactly sure what kind of interaction to anticipate there, but it looks like we're just maybe a few small adjustments away from getting this, so... I want to avoid as much as possible all the steep slopes, yeah, because of the way to cut momentum. Oh, even if you go down, okay. Okay, that'll be a helpful tip. Yeah, because SMB 1 just has a different slope logic entirely from the lack of a slide, so... That's something that maybe was not intuitive to me. But yeah, you can definitely see the momentum gain when you kind of slide over there. 4 seconds here. It is like that in all styles, okay. See, this is what happens when you no longer have the ninja levels to keep my speed optimizations warm. Yeah, Mil64 is definitely a good idea to back up your levels before you ever do an upload, because you also don't want any deletions to happen on Nintendo's side. If some particular interaction is auto-detected as a glitch, yeah, always good to save 2 copies before you ever do the clear check, so... Nope, lost too much time here. What is this coin block? I didn't get a chance to see. And yeah, West Second, I would think that we're fairly clear that Ninja number 20 was the last one. That was the last one in the costume set. And that was also where they ran the 2-week special. But they left it up for 2 weeks, so... With that, it does look like active support for this game is over as far as Nintendo is concerned. They're always free to surprise me, of course, but I think it was fairly clear that they were done. Okay, saving 1 second here. It's not going to be enough. Oh, it's a star. Okay, that's all there is to it. We just need to jump towards the star and save a little bit more time. So yeah, this looks like it's doable. And whoops, made a big gain there just to lose it. You had a word that was risky to write in the description. That sounds very, very curious. But yeah, sometimes when you have something that blows up and becomes popular, you'll have some kid who might just report it for kicks. So, levels that otherwise might go unnoticed, you run into issues. But the worst is when some mechanic that is just an edge case mechanic gets detected as an unacceptable glitch that they break on your behalf, which is really not fun because that, of course, tends to happen to makers who are actually trying to be creative about their mechanics. And so, always back up. But yeah, the system that they introduced to Maker 2 in terms of having levels be kind of marked with a unique identifier even locally once you've uploaded them is, I think, not really well conceived. I don't really know what they were trying to achieve with that. Whoops. I mean, probably they were just kind of going out of their way to prevent multiple upload spam. In case people were going to do that. I don't know how much of a problem that was in Maker 1, though. I think, of course, one of the other casualties, of course, is just not being able to download other courses from the editor to begin with, and to me, these almost seem like related changes in some small way. That everything is just much more closed source, much more under Nintendo's sole control. Still a little bit behind. We at least managed to get as far as tapping the star now. I can see where we have a little bit of room for improvement, but yeah, we probably want to jump right from the start of that slope, just to minimize slope time, as was suggested earlier. Okay. Might want to shave the jump height in some of these locations as well. And yeah, if you just jump up towards the star, then that should be the big finish. But we're a handful of optimizations away from making that happen, so. Yeah, I always overshoot when I do manage to make that jump cleanly. The more I play this, more I'm impressed at. Even with its flexibility, someone managed to shave off 7 seconds. Because given that record, this is actually winding up to be a little tighter than I expected. Well, getting infinitesimally closer. Nope. That jump probably took me too far up. Okay, down we go. Whoops. Much too sloppy. Yeah, I just want to drop down there gently, instead of wasting too much time gaining height. Oh, didn't think about the POW block there, actually. That did just about nothing for me. There's enough going on decoratively that there are probably some other POW locations that are helpful. I totally ignored it up to that point because everything just kind of blends into the background. Not that it changes anything with the star being what it is. But if we look for other POW locations like that one, we could be in good shape, so. If I could pull up the donut block skip early on, the extra second could be enough. Yeah, I know that I am being a little bit sloppy on that first big slope, on the first big downward slope that we see. You know, right here. And yeah, this skip here through the middle, I see what you mean. Losing a bit of time on that slide as we go around. So yeah, that POW block really doesn't do anything for me, but I think if I still have to start at that point and I just run into that piranha plant, that does shave quite a bit of time. It expires right as I'm going up, if I'm doing everything with a star fairly well. And so if I just take it to the second big piranha in that bottom right segment, then we're potentially in much better shape. Okay. There we go. Nope. Was going fairly well up to that point, but nope. Momentum was a little bit off there because of the way I was bumping against the POW up top, so let's try to fix some of this. You know, I probably could make that jump if I'm a little more precise about going over the piranha. I'm going to try that a few times to see if I can do it. It seems like it's just barely out of reach, though. At least the way that I'm playing this right now, so maybe not a good idea to try that after all. No, I think there's enough room for improvement with everything else that, yeah, as you can see, I would at least like to make that first jump. A little bit off target. And there we go. Nope. Lots and lots of room for improvement. Okay, here we go. And still not managing to skip that. Can't really go in with full momentum, but I'm not exactly sure how much to pull back on that, so. We'll see, because that would be a pretty substantial skip. But yeah, just playing the opening cleanly should be saving us at least half a second just from all the stumbling I've been doing around it. Okay. That was a bit of a close shave there. All right. Nope. That stopped me a little too long there. Timing was a bit off on this slide, so. Nope. But yeah, lots of variety all over this level in terms of the kind of things you can work on and interactions you can improve, so it's a pretty rewarding one to figure out, especially with the tuning being what it is, just barely out of reach for how I'm playing. Nope, too late to cut through this guy. And too late in general. I mean, there was 0 on the clock there. I don't think we would have made it. Certainly not with that projectile going where it was. Nope. Losing too much time. Yeah, we're close enough that I'll want to give this a few more attempts. And really see if we can just have a good clean run, because I think that if I kind of take this as a sum of my best attempts on each individual segment, that I can get it. Just getting everything on the same attempt without any of those minor stumbles along the way. It's going to take a little bit more work. Yeah, losing a lot of speed all over there. Nope, too late. Trying to get a clean jump out after getting the first star, yeah. That was definitely a problem. Felt like I was just barely slow. Just a tiny bit behind where I needed to be in order to cut through that piranha. Because that does look like a 1 second savings for sure, if we could just get that done correctly. Nope. It's okay, we'll try to salvage that. Nope. Oh, you mean immediately after getting the star? The clean jump? Just to go through that diagonal? Yeah, I see what you mean. Nope. Yeah, still trying to drop in that donut block, but not something I can do very reliably, at least. Not yet. Yeah, I see what you mean, that I'm getting bumped a little bit. And I'm staying up way too long now. This will not be the attempt. Still behind. So yeah, I'm behind by just enough time to hit the block and have the star in a position that's actually reachable before I get lit on fire. Yeah, you need to know a pretty exact entry velocity, I think, to slide into that donut block and to get out of that accurately and not just surprise yourself as you manage to do it. So, I don't think I can rely on that. Better to just play around the expectation that that's not going to happen. I do think that it's almost certainly part of the record path, though. And part of where that massive 7-second savings is coming from. Okay, got a bit stuck up top. There we go. Much better. That's all it took, really, just that little improvement there that I've been staring at for quite a few attempts prior to the clear, so yeah, pretty rewarding to work on that. As you can see, we actually made a pretty decent time at the end, just from that one little tweak. Thank you for all the GGs. And of course, for the level from West Second. Let me just do a quick routine sub check. Okay, nobody. Let's pull up next GM. And we'll pull up Next GM with the pink jumpsuit. And thank you for submission from Judgment 313. Next GM, if you'd like to check in, we'll punch in your code very quickly. Pretty sure he is here, but it's going to do a quick check. And yeah, same policy as usual. If somebody is just momentarily AFK and it looks like they actually are listed in the chat, I'll just bump them back one spot. But next GM, I don't actually see present right now, so we may just remove for a moment. And just proceed to Thomas B. Who is correct, it is your turn. For GV, PXS, H, UG. So, Thomas B., do you have a particular recommendation? Anything special you'd like to see? Cat Dash, Cannonball Run, Quick Platforming Run Fun, rather, too. The sequel is finally here. A level from January? Yeah, we'll do it. Oh, next GM, I'm sorry, we bumped you completely. And I removed you from the queue, but next GM, if you add, I will bring you back and put you next. Next GM, just re-add your code, and we'll just pull you next. After this level here. Yeah, usually I do a quick check to see if people are still in chat, if they're just AFK, and I didn't see you listed, so I thought you might have tapped out completely. Thanks for speaking up about that quickly, so we can just get that fixed. Whoops. Yeah, so far I kind of like how generous the coin markings are, in that they give you a sense of the pathway, but you don't have too many of them to include your visibility. Just enough to offer a few suggestions along the way. And so I think that's currently working out well. That's just a reset door for these platforms, of course. And I did see a whole segment up to the left, so that's eventually where we'll be going. Okay, up we go. And yeah, once again, nicely spaced coins. And the platforms are also fairly good about giving you a moment to drop without being too tight as you proceed from one to the next. Yeah, no, that's just for the checkpoint, so might as well leave it off. Could have bounced on the Pokey if we really wanted, but didn't seem necessary, so take that. Okay. Oh, there is something in the top level here. I think that's probably just for the way back, though. Okay. Just mind the visibility here. And sure, let's check the little hut. No, let's check the left side first, and then come back and check the little hut. There's an arrow pointing towards it. Which, yeah, maybe we should check it. It looks like it's probably just a reset door for all these platforms, though, so. But given the arrow and the hut design, I was curious. Okay, that's fine. Just a reset point, just very well disguised. Whoops. And here we go. And yeah, nice to have a little optional segment there just to give you a bit of an incentive to jump around while you're on the moving platform. Okay. Whoops. Okay, just a bit of a slip. We'll be back there in no time. And yeah, next GM, when we finish with this one, we'll flip your code. Given that the number you're saying is 205, I assume that you are already on your third profile. But we will deal with that in due course. Whoops. I guess we'll need to reset this. Hang on. That's how you know it's a billion-dollar company. I'm not totally convinced, Mel64, that the next GM is actually General Motors in disguise, but okay, I mean, that's a theory. General Motors, leading his troops into battle. Okay, let's get on this. All the way back up. And let's not make the same mistake I was about to say. And we made the same mistake. So yeah, fairly easygoing, hence the high clear rate, but as you can see, you do need to be consistent over a somewhat lengthy stretch. That's okay, given the tuning that we see and how relaxed everything is with the reset points along the way. I don't think I had missed any kind of location for it. Mushroom earlier. I just took the hit early. And we don't even need to engage with that platform, actually, if we just have the momentum to jump on top of that block immediately, so... Okay, let's give this a bit more room. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the checkpointing. Some people might be. But the platforming is easy enough that it's not like the repetitions are really tedious to get through or anything like that, because everything still feels consistent, so. Thank you for a quick platforming fun too. So yeah, we'll make a quick detour back to next GM's code, even though I just removed it right before this one, so we'll punch that in after I mark this as a win. It's not going to be reflected in the bot, of course, because I'll just punch this one in separately. And you said you were requesting number 205, so we'll do that, and then we'll get back into the next command that should give us probably Taramis next, as far as I can tell, but yeah, next GM, I can see why you were burning out if you were already doing it up to about a fifth of the way through your third profile. Seems like you just blasted through profile number 2, in fact. But here's GM 205, Firework Celebration. Bowser's minions are celebrating with fireworks. Enjoyed a spectacle? Yeah, okay. Let's see if we do. The 4th of July level that you plan to give me. And then your laptop blew up because that's how it celebrated the 4th of July. I see. Maybe not quite the fireworks you were looking for, but we'll take it. And okay, here we go. I see that they're really going for these solid explosive fireworks all over the place. I was expecting a lot of the firework effect. I actually didn't know that you were going to have the bomb used as an aesthetic element as you scrolled in to all these locations. So that's kind of a nice touch. Sort of unexpected. And luckily out of range by enough that even if you speed through the level, I think I should not be within range of getting hit by the explosion. I am playing a little bit sloppy, but that's because I'm trying to push forward quickly just to see if that's actually the case. And that night theme mushroom thought it could escape, and it was wrong. Okay. Here we go. Like I always observe with a lot of these levels, next GM, lots of speedrun potential. You just bop on all the Koopas nice and quickly. And we'll take these. Kind of a slight escalation in the platforming, which is nice, I think. As you well know by now, that sometimes the second half can feel a little bit like the first half repeated, so it's nice to have a bit of a change in the platforming as you go, just to force a little bit more bounce accuracy. And okay, forward. Fire flower, okay, that'll be helpful here and there. Not for very long. And yeah, this is kind of a nice segment in the night theme, just having a little bit of time pressure there as the Goombas aren't going to remain in position for very long, so thank you for that, next GM. Okay, Taramis, let's take a look at 6SQ. CJ1. 1JG. King Boo's Ring Crew. So something very new. Version 2 of this level looks like we'll have an auto-scroll boss battle involving Boo Rings with optional pink coins. And the threatening thumbnail art with King Boo just showing off his dental work. And yeah, that lights everything up and it shows you the entry gate. Okay. So the clock is ticking in this little music loading segment, or maybe, or no, just track loading segment. And Taramis, I don't know if you're acquainted with Supernova, but there is a boss level that has a similar look and feel, although I think his was a Queen Boo, not a King Boo. But it also used this kind of boo ring stacking in a chase sequence, although the chase sequence felt pretty different, of course. So yeah, you are a little bit time constrained here. I do have to make my way up here before everything gets busted. Otherwise, I just wind up behind the boo ring, and I don't know if I get punished for that eventually. It looks like I probably should. Ah, okay, so you have seen the Supernova level, yeah. Yeah, it's a very stylish kind of boss concept for sure. And of course, the actual platforming design here feels completely different from that one, so... It's just that the actual thing chasing you definitely looks very familiar. But yeah, given the lighting in the dark level, I do like how you wind up with what looks like this black ring that's surrounding the central boo in the saw blade. Got this nice little cartoonish highlight to him. There's another shell for some protective purposes, but I do see that I missed another pink coin on the top track. If we finish this quickly, and it seems like we might, I will probably go back to try and attempt the optional coin pass just to take a look. Of course, we also just aren't that far. I just need to remember where some of that is. Is there something in a boo ring that crushes the bombs? That's a good question. I haven't been looking very closely at that yet. I feel like there might be, yeah, if you look at the timing for that, which I previously wasn't paying that much attention to. Oh, whoops, there's a coin down there. Something in the front part, yeah, because it's consistently in that location, so... I think it's just something that's loaded onto the horizontal track a little bit ahead, like a... I mean, it could just be a block. And it's just disguised by the radius of the boo ring, but it's just slightly ahead of the central boo on the track itself. Whoops. Okay, let's redo this one so I can actually make a run at some coins. But it's nice because it does give you that effect of the boo ring doing what that central saw blade wants to do, which is just cut through all of these blocks. Like a knife through butter. Although I guess it would be kind of like a pizza roller knife through butter, so... Not just any odd knife. Did I miss something already? I feel like I missed a coin. 2 coins. And yeah, there will be more opportunities for shells. Let's get too picky about that. 3 coins. And I probably missed some other things on the lower level there, but... Oh, that's coin 4, and yeah, so we missed 2 coins. I saw the placement of one of them there, and we missed another one down low, so I'll try to replay this one for the coin road, actually. Obviously something that can be fairly budget heavy to build, so you did manage to squeeze quite a lot out of the platforming to make that something nice and short and simple, but also getting a lot done in a very small space, so we'll just take that and push forward once again. And yeah, thank you for the GG. Ah, yeah, this one I think we missed earlier, and the upper level here. There we go. Okay, so all of them are accounted for in terms of just knowing where everything is. So I just need to get the one that's on the bumper segment at the very end. Nope. No, I actually need to go forward a little bit and then bump backwards on the higher bumpers. That's how it works. And yes, indeed, Green Heroes is a very Boo Ring level. Okay. Lots of excitement to be had here. And yeah. There we are. That was unwise. But we have enough time to loop back and take this one. And lose it. Okay. It's going to get ahead of the auto-scroll slightly. And that should give me enough time to push forward, grab that, and go through the key door. Okay, GG. Oh yeah, I guess this is a time-limited shooting gallery. That's an interesting bonus room concept. Took me a moment to realize that's what I was doing, just given the cooldown on a Super Ball. We could have maybe played that a little bit cleaner, but yeah, nice little bonus in the ending. Thank you very much. Boo Ring. Gotta re-upload to fix some jank, yeah, but hopefully a useful playtest. It's possible to be left behind the Boo Ring? Yeah, that's what we saw on the first attempt, in fact. Just given that we can fall behind a track if we take damage. So, yeah, notice that as well. Just scrolling through chat quickly to make sure I didn't miss anything too critical here, but... Nick122M. Yes, I do play Super Worlds. I tend to play the first level as a normal submission, and then if it's a Super World that consists of a lot of quick levels in succession, then sort of within the first 15 minutes or so, I keep pulling the next one in the stack. And so, if you have something that kind of benefits from being shown off as a Super World, then I kind of do it in segments. I won't do just a whole thing from top to bottom, but I can do multiple levels in one go if they happen to be short. And Merlin, yeah, we're having a pretty decent weekend so far. Let's pull up whatever's next. Okay, Green Heroes. Let's see this code that you had suggested earlier. And yeah, Nick122M, when you are up, just remind me that the Super World is the thing that you want to see. And we'll do what we can with it. Okay, here's Flare from Homestuck. Drifting near the horror terrors, Durce's revolution, welcome to Sunrise. I don't know anything about Homestuck except for just a basic sketch description of what it is, so I have no idea what that means, but we'll find out. What I know about Homestuck is just what people who make Mario levels about it tell me, which is that it is a webcomic that happens to have a big soundtrack. Okay, we're in space. Key door over here that is somehow associated with the Buzzy Shell. And it's kind of like this is a massive chain chomp or something, actually. It pretty much is a chain chomp, it's just huge. Also, I am able to stomp through this. Why would I want to do that? If I ride this guy slowly, steadily, we can make it up to the 30 coin. Okay, just a bonus segment by the looks of it, but up we go. And yeah, that's the key door to the left. That's how you do it. Unless there was a way for me to get a key over here. Oh, it's attached to the Buzzy. Not just that Buzzy though, right? Because it... Oh, okay, yeah, we had to kill it, I think. Except, no, because that just came from the pipe, so... Let's nuke this guy instead. Maybe? Does he die and give me a key? No, seemingly not. Okay, never mind. That was a bad idea. Yeah, I was thinking just by killing him I could do that, but... No, I know what you're suggesting with the bomb, but I was thinking that dunking that guy would be enough. Okay, no need to go all the way around this time. Sarah Zed made a video about Homestuck. I don't think I know which channel that is, although that rings a bell. Like, is that the YouTuber who... Oh, whoops. I did that twice. Is that the YouTuber who I want to say is like a former debater or something, or... Because I feel like I'm aware of who that is indirectly, I don't quite know. And document, yes, if you're asking me. And sure, let's do a bit of bombardment here. Oh, you think this is actually the first time I said Zed? Yeah, I kind of make a point of it. I think maybe I say that a lot more often during the Scrabble streams, since that is going to come up. Anyway, into the chain chomp. And oh yeah, this is just going to be stomping and missing. And yeah, Merlin, because I didn't acknowledge this myself earlier, congratulations on getting way up in the top list. Yeah, when I do manage my followed list, it's pretty much the only occasion when I see who's on the top list in terms of weekly makers and such, and I did remember seeing your name up there as somebody who had been farming those points, so... Glad to see that the levels have been doing well. It's interesting as an American how much you were unaware that most of the world says Zed. Yeah, that's... Kind of interesting. I mean, I have always been aware of it both ways. There is one context, and only one, in which I will regularly say Z. And it is in StarCraft when the letter Z is designating Zerg, because in various matchups, so the 3 races in StarCraft, you got Terran, Protoss, and Zerg, designated as T, E, and Z or Z. And so it just slides off the tongue a lot easier when you talk about matchups like, TVZ, ZVZ, PVZ. So that's a little bit more standard, and that's one where you'll even see people in all of the different Z countries, including UK, for instance, and a lot of the other multilingual European countries. All of them are going to say Z in that context, the people who do commentary for the game. But that's my one and only compromise. Okay, that's kind of nice as a way to get you through. Okay, we're missing something. It was something I was supposed to fall into, perhaps. Or, oh, no, it's just something to do with the on-off state. Just trying to pay attention here. Because this basically looks like an auto music segment. Yeah, there we go. But I did notice the state switch as the way that things were being gated as you go from one verse or variant of music to the next. And yeah, we've got a couple of different loop combinations here, actually. Because we have the on-off switches elaborating on a track and extending it by quite a bit. But a couple of changes to the switching mechanisms along the way. Oh, no. I shouldn't have exited through there. I should have continued to go down, I think. Let's pay attention to the exits here, because I haven't quite followed the flow here, although you do have on-off switches just kind of doing some of the work for you along the way, and so have to pay attention here to what's going on. Also frozen coins, yeah. I was trying to pay attention to that in terms of how the changes from one state to the next were being created, but here you go with some of the frozen coins melted away by the Podoboo. Of course, we're going to check all this for no reason. And thank you for that, Green Heroes. Got really interesting music reuse mechanisms, as usual, as we've seen with a couple of your levels by now, that build on a track incrementally. Anyway, just to scroll through the chat quickly, make sure I didn't miss anything very, very critical. And yeah, actually, I don't know if I end the alphabet song with Z. I think I have always been aware of that as a potential consideration. Like, do you go through the rhyme, or do you stick with your principles? Stick with your national dialect. You had a couple twisters spawn blocked by frozen coins to prevent notes from playing at the bottom of your screen. Yeah, there were a couple of moments, because I was looping through that so many times, where I was definitely wondering if I was accidentally going to an earlier point in the loop, but I think you actually enforced that quite well in terms of making sure the player is just given the correct exit and the correct state every time. So, as far as I can tell, I mean, there's so much going on that I couldn't really visually follow the gating mechanism itself. And so I just kind of had to trust you to layer the music and get me through to the end of the level. So, works for me. L64, let's take a look at a rarity from you that only has one path, or so you claim. Yeah, I was about to say, that'll just make my duty to break this thing. Super Boom's Blazing Furnace, and you've pretty much got the Yoshi's Island cross set up right from the beginning. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Will you manage to survive or even reach this devious castle? The cat is secret, and you have a 0.72% clear rate, which seems unusually low for your set, so we'll see what is going on here. 6-minute record, so this, considering the number of clears, oh, only 13 clears, so the sample size is not that informative. Well, we'll do at least one exit. Can't guarantee it will be the super secret one. And yeah, Merlin, thank you for adding something to the queue. It's super long and you mean it. Whoops. Okay. Oh, I see. Side thwomps are going to give me a bit of a chase here. Whoops. Just getting a little bit careless while I'm just watching everything that's going on. And yeah, so let's just go for it. I can maybe just jump towards the thwomp and slide against it. I don't know if I can do that with a single thwomp. I think you can usually do that with larger objects like blasters. With only 4 tiles, though, I don't know if I'll be able to. Let's... Whoops. Watch the cloud pattern a little bit more carefully. The thing about the clouds bobbing up and down, of course, is that when I see them myself, I don't necessarily have much context for how far up they're going to go or what their initial position was and what their cycle is going to be. So it does take a little bit of guesswork on my part. But that's going to be... Whoops. Very careless once again. You literally cribbed that from the same level the cross is from. Yeah. That looked quite familiar. Whoops. That was just a slip. Paying too much attention to chat here. For once. Yeah, let's just drop the thwomp. Could probably do it a little bit more cleanly, but... we'll see. I mean, it's a pretty memorable structure in Yoshi's Island. Yeah, I just needed to probably long jump across that, actually. Given the height restriction there. Long jump's going to work a lot better. I should probably just long jump across the opening, too. Instead of dancing around like that. Much cleaner that way. Okay. Yeah, once again, falling a little behind pace there. I can probably improve that a bit. Or run? Yeah, but who wants to do that? Can I get far enough to despawn these guys? No, I can't, but... Okay, that'll do. Mushroom is going to conveniently bounce up to me. I am going to avoid falling down. That was a definite risk. Okay, so yeah, here we are at the Yoshi Cross, so to speak. Let's go bottom left to the snake block room. Oh, okay. That's fine. Actually had some pretty convenient spawns with Cat Bullet in terms of just having it get blocked, getting out of our way without hitting the ceiling. And okay, it is going to just sneak under, give everything a push. Yeah, 5 blocks for the snake block here. It does feel a little bit claustrophobic just given how it's wrapping around in some of these locations, but we'll deal with it. Just enough reaction time here. Alright, let's try it again. One interesting thing to note here is that that initial mushroom in the central area, you don't really need to take that right away if for some reason you're saving it for a later segment, but I assume that this is just going to be a series of doubled checkpoints to save after each segment. But we'll see when we get there. And this is going to wrap all the way around once again. Give everything a push. Yeah, dancing around those bullet blasters that get pushed at the very start of this segment looked a little bit risky, but we're going to do it. Whoops. Right up against the edge, once again. Ginja Bear, welcome. Yeah, the thing about snake blocks in general, of course, is just that you don't have any visibility for where they're going, particularly in 3D World where you can't really mark things with tracks either. And so that's fine. Of course, you know, if you design around it properly, the way that Nintendo did when they originally introduced the snake block themselves, the path they're taking forward, it gives you enough time to react anyway, and gives you a bit of information to plan around. But that's why I think with Nintendo's own snake blocks originally, they tended to build them quite a bit longer, because the only signal you get, of course, is just from the head of the snake in terms of where it's going to go next. So okay, we do have the flexibility to take a point of damage here if necessary, so we'll play this cleanly for once and grab the fire flower. No, it's just going to get crushed, but then we await another fire flower and we continue. Okay, so this is how you're going to do the checkpoint gate here in 3D World. Let's hop back up, recycle the checkpoint, and go top left next. Always handy, of course, to have these visual mnemonics for what each segment is, just so you can avoid repeating the ones that you have done. Whoops. Okay, luckily we could take point of damage over here, and for that matter here. Yeah, a bit of a cheesy finish. I mean, I think the thing about that segment is that it is very easy to deliberately damage boost through a significant portion of it just by running through the bottom. That's partly just a function, of course, of the limitations of how you can build something like that in 3D World when you've packed your subworld quite a bit already. You know, back when the on-off spikes here were pretty much what you had to work with. Whoops. As opposed to the more standard on-off blocks that you could use later on for things like bottomless pits. But no, even just as something that is creating a spike element, I guess that's a compromise you have to make. Gingerbear, you haven't played many Mario games, but you really like the snake block levels that you played. Okay. Yeah, I can kind of see what you mean in terms of, you know, if you're thinking of memory puzzles that are like repetition puzzles where you're following a pattern that's just slightly ahead of you. Interestingly, you don't really see in Mario Maker that many people use snake blocks that way as a platforming element. I don't see that very often, at least. Partly because they just have so many other mechanical uses in terms of pushing objects out of the way. And whoops, let's pay attention to the side flops here. I see that the bottom one is also a side flop. It's just slowed down by the drag in the lava. Mail64, you were saying something about a super secret exit, I think, but otherwise one thing I was about to point out was that you weren't kidding about this being actually more linear, or at least less branching experience than you usually have, despite having that choice of 4 segments that you can do in any order. You do fundamentally still have to do all of them, and because of that, the level is still going to be much more of a common experience among all players than the ones that have branches that you see at the expense of the other ones. So, in that way, you were not kidding. And yeah, Nick122, I do know which level you're talking about in NSMBU. NSMBU is kind of strange in that I've always liked it quite a lot. I've played it to 100%, I think, twice over, once in co-op, once in solo, a couple of years apart. And the thing that strikes me about it is that, on one hand, every level is very mechanically unique. You see, the flop can take you upstairs, but these ones also guard this exit here. I wonder if that was a split path, or if this was just a standard exit. No, standard exit. Okay. But yeah, with Mario, you see every level have a very distinct platforming element that is central to its concept, but at the same time, I find that a lot of the game is surprisingly difficult to remember in the long term. That while you're playing it, each individual level is just incredibly distinctive, and then afterwards, it's just really hard to keep everything clear in your head. I feel like I want to pick one up and get it out of the way just so I can get a cleaner jump over to left side. No. Let's... Careful here. And... Nope. Okay. Yeah, Twister is just going to do the thing that Twisters do, and we'll lose access to the POW. I wonder if the POW is some kind of optional secret then, given that I'm sort of encouraged to drop it in favor of this, unless we were meant to spend the POW much earlier on. I want to check above the pipe as well. Just one moment here. Nothing, okay. Yeah, I guess the fact that it was holding the POW meant that I wasn't quite engaging with this the way that it was designed, but I do see also 2 exit pipes at the end that imply using the spring in conjunction with another surface in order to get into the upper pipe. Why am I doing this segment again? Let's go back to the correct one. Oh, there is an exclamation block. Yeah, I didn't even look at that. In terms of objects that are within power range. My instinct is to just keep the thing, so... Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't even pay attention to the exclamation block whatsoever. I guess it blows up the crates, so you have to be extra careful about it. It doesn't blow up the crates on this side, at least. It's not within range. Let's try to do it properly this time. Don't die after you get all the keys. Oh, okay, so you didn't plan around key death, maybe. Yeah, and of course, sliding around here can be tricky as well. Okay, that just kills the twisters. I see what's going on. And, yeah, I'm probably going to die here. But yeah, it looks like you can totally enter that upper pipe. Spring plus crates would actually do the trick. If my sort of mental calculation of the height is correct. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, let's just... Okay, fine. Alright, not exactly what I was going for, but we'll take it. And maybe toss an extra crate while we're at it, just for style points or something. Whoops. Alright, so we can't quite get that crate. I do want to do this, though, so let's go back and get something. Maybe not. Yeah, twisters are just going to be twisters. But I would like to see that exit. Whoops. Fine. We'll wait, even though I wasn't making much use of this POW anyway. Sure. And we'll fall off everything as we go, because it's just what's going to happen. Whoops. And no. Yeah, when I'm off screen like that, I can't quite see where I'm going to land, so might as well just crank all the way to the left and hope for the best. Okay. Take the POW through. Which would actually do a little bit of work on a creeper, in fact, so if we want to do things that way, yeah, we'll just take the POW, in fact. And and totally squander it. Okay, that's fine. Let's drop this. Go back. Drop this. Drop this. And attempt to enter this. Nope, just a little bit off where I want to be. Let's try this again. And yeah, 3D World is just going to do this to me. Let's grab something else. Or not. Okay. I really do want to try it. I mean, if it turns out to not be an entry pipe at all, that will be something we'll find out the hard way. But we'll decide that when we get there. Oh. And you know what? Let's do the same thing. Just try to make some space. Because yeah, I could totally push the creeper back, I think, and just make my own life a little easier if I'm trying to set up something a little more complex. Okay. That's probably the most efficiently I've ever traversed that segment. Missing once again. That's okay. Yeah, sure, that's not going to do enough. And once again, the crate is just going to fall in the abyss. Okay, that was almost stylish. Almost. Probably should have followed the creeper a little further back just to kill it some more. Alright, next cycle. I mean, not absolutely imperative that I do it, but it is possible for that crate to get a bit stuck at the end. I'm not sure you necessarily intended the crates to stack on that right side stack quite the way they did. It seemed like you were maybe going for something that would be a cleaner platform, but... But yeah, the combination of going up the twisters and the off-screen jump and everything there is going to make that segment a little less reliable, but... Back we go. Nope. And I actually can't even drop this anymore. Okay. Ground pound makes the creeper go further. Yeah, I just don't have a very good location to be hitting the exclamation block. That's the thing. Like, you seem to be implying that I should stand on those crates over there. The issue with standing on those crates over there is that because of the way they bob up and down, it's sometimes not very evenly. Dashing off of those crates can be a little bit awkward as a surface, and so I'd rather just keep the POW. And nope. Let's just get out of here as soon as we can. Nope. Like I said, it's going to be really funny when we see that that pipe is not what I should be going for, but it's just there and it's not doing anything else, and I really think it's implied as a secondary objective. No, the issue with ground pounding on the creeper is that when it's on the right side of this column, that's when I'm getting into some issues. Because I'm not able to race it there quickly enough. Let's just do this. I still got the mushroom. Was hoping to just raise the POW up to that spot. You see, this could have been over quite a while ago if I hadn't just dropped the crate on top of the pipe on the left side and made it inaccessible just from being unable to pick it up from the side. And yeah, so that's going to happen when we just break that. Yeah, those in queue, thanks for your patience. I know that I'm sort of spending a long time trying to do this the hard way rather than just taking the exit that's right in front of me, which we've been able to run up against several times, but that is just how I play sometimes. I do like to experiment a bit and see what we can do. When it's on the edge of the wall, ground pound it and you think it will die. Okay, well... see if we can get that timing. I don't necessarily need to kill the creeper either, it's just that it does make things easier after the fact if that happens. Yeah, I just need to go quickly there before the twisters raise everything. I mean, I could also use the exclamation block, but... let's just continue to do things my way here. Losing the mushroom is unfortunate. The other thing, too, is I could also risk going all the way back to grab the spring that comes out of the pipe, except I think we might have a despawn issue if I'm not careful. Yeah, unfortunately, you're kind of at the mercy of twister timing, depending on how you fall into it. And if you're mismatched with your target pattern, to go from one twister to the next, then you run into big problems. Nope. Really did need that buffer of being able to take a point of damage. Just to do this cleanly. Okay. Nope. Yeah, raising myself off a twister is, and has been since the beginning of Mario Maker 2, always has been one of the most awkward interactions in the game, so that's just going to happen. Okay. And yeah, once again, just missing. It's a little bit awkward the way it's laid out, so... okay, let's try to do this cleanly. Yeah, that works too. If we land accurately. I can take the spring after the creeper recedes, yeah, but if we spend the POW, then I'll just need to go back and grab the crate as well, and that's... like, there's not going to be a totally clean method to do this, I think. Keeping the mushroom going into this segment and being able to take that extra damage, though, is going to be a big help. in case we make mistakes. Just need that extra buffer. And look at that, we're not going to make a mistake. No! Okay, that... Come on. No. No way. Although the creeper has not loaded in yet. You know what? We could have done that all along from the beginning. Just not load the creeper and come back through the pipe. And just cheese it. Well, it's good to know that I actually have an easy way to retry this now, because if I'd known that, we could have saved quite a bit of time. Let's... Okay. Feel some of this 3D World jank, and there we go, that's an exit. And if you don't have a P-switch down, that's nothing. Well, okay. Now we know. I was curious. So, yeah, you would need a P-switch for that. Do you actually have enough time to release the POW block, though? I mean, we can go back and check again, since it's easy enough. Oh, there's an entrance elsewhere. Okay, okay. Now, we've got 4 of these. I didn't actually see where the key door was. Let's go through this door. That's matched to what? Alright, okay, that's just on the other side of this layout here. That's fine. Just gonna check up here. Snake block is going to do what for me? Let's see, it's just going to push that? Okay, that's what I thought. And the snake block is going to do some crushing as well. I feel like maybe this was not built with the mushroom in mind. But whoops. Did we hit key death? We totally did, didn't we? Yeah, we hit key death, so I think maybe we'll retry this in a separate segment rather than doing the whole thing now. So thank you for that anyway, Mel64. Well, I'd be willing to give it a go some other time just to try to do it again, but I think in the interest of moving the queue along, I don't want to redo it past key death, so. You did warn me about it earlier, so. Let's mark that as a loss. And we saw every segment up to that point. If after you expend a key coin on a key door like that, do look up how the anti-key death mechanism works, because that's, well, I mean, if you're kind of playing with the entity limit as well, that's one method to safely build something that, you know, has multiple paths converging on a coin collection that is followed by another substantial segment afterwards. So there are ways to do it. They're just a little bit more advanced and less obvious. So thank you for that. Anyway, let's move on to next in queue, and thank you to the patience of everybody who endured everything that it was doing with that pipe earlier, and which I could have done much faster if I had just thought about reloading into the zone. But Judgment 313, if you are still here, please check in. See you on the list. And yep, thank you for checking in. Let's take a look at BHF8JMN3G. Well, that's okay. We satisfied our curiosity about what was through that pipe, and so that's a moral victory. Here's World 1-4, 1.4, Cauldron's Lid. I see that it's a world that's still probably in progress, given that you don't have a world map on your profile, but let's take a look and ask ourselves, can our hero survive the obstacles? And it's going to be the Lost Levels difficulty. Okay. Let's see how it goes. And is this going to sink low enough for me to actually grab any of this? It is. It does take a little bit of waiting before you can do that, so you do have to deliberately stop for a bit if you want to grab that. The timing after that, though, is going to line up quickly enough. Oh, I guess the lava actually stays lowered. It doesn't go up and down, it just goes down. I guess we'll check every pipe. Whoops. And I suppose the idea is to dash across the bottom. I just kind of slipped there. I wanted to check every pipe that was accessible. So I'm guessing that the lowering lava level is maybe something that's relevant to another point later in the level that is built here in the main world. Because here, whoops, in the introductory segment, it just slows things down a little bit, given that it's receding at the slowest possible speed. But it does stay down, so we'll see how we interact with the lava level later on if we reload into some part of this zone that actually makes use of that. I am going to check this pipe, actually. And maybe break some of this stuff too. Okay, just checking. Okay, nothing. And standing in front of the sideways pipes does not stop the fish from spawning. So, you have to be aware of this. Oh, okay. Lava level goes up. That is what is meant by the up arrow. I didn't know that. I guess that matches this signal here, so I guess maybe the point was that we wanted people to notice down says lava going down, and up says lava going up. I feel like that's the kind of thing that I'm only going to read after I take a death from it. I mean, now I understand it very clearly, but I don't think I would have been able to figure that out myself without running into problems first. I don't know if I can have enough room to dash here. Yeah, I can. There we go. Right, and we can float right away if we're careful. But we do need to be careful. And we have to acknowledge a raid. Just one moment here. You can see the Cheep Cheep is falling towards me and about to hit me in the face, which means it's a perfect time to leave you all in suspense and acknowledge the raid from SDGML, who I believe has recently been running new Super Mario Bros. U. And yeah, hopefully you've been enjoying everything you've been doing with that. I know you've been doing maybe some races and other things to give that game a spin. So yeah, SD, do let us know how everything has been going with your stream and with the game as well. SDGML is also a Mario Maker streamer and maker. So you go over there and give that stream a peek. Oops. Nope, can't fight fire with fire. That's not going to work over here. Let's just get into a decent space here and bump the mushroom by mistake. That was maybe not ideal. That That was entirely too fancy. And gotta be careful here after all that effort. Oh, lava goes up. Lava doesn't go up very far. And we'll just make it over. Yeah, Dry Bone Shell is fantastic. I think it was probably the best thing that was introduced at launch. I think some of the power-ups in Maker 2 were kind of hit and miss in terms of how they were implemented. But that they got better and better with the later patches. But if you're looking at stuff that was available right from the launch of the game, the Dry Bone Shell was an absolute standout in terms of how much it added to the design space that we were working with. So, standard Bowser fight, which of course meant that we died to it. Now let's try to do the Cheep Cheep fight a little bit cleaner this time. We have the flexibility to take 2 hits now, but not going to get too much mileage out of that. Thank you very much to this guy for just popping that question block for me. Oh, whoops. And thank you for the follow from Paparazzi. Yeah, just totally squandering our Fire Flower advantage there. I kind of get the sense that I should have stopped to hit these blocks after letting the lava go down. And yeah, Bowser RNG is going to do its thing. And we'll drop him. And Sammy Boy, we're doing well. Thank you for all the GGs. And yeah, as you were saying, in terms of kind of tuning this like Lost Levels, it does sort of follow the scale of experience that you can expect from some of the classic castles. I would say that, once again, just the lava rising and falling, that pattern did sort of throw me off initially in a couple of places, but we sorted that out quickly. The Cheep Cheep fight is a bit of a difficulty spike, but as you can see, we managed it eventually, just with a bit of care and attention, so thank you for that, Judgment. But yeah, I was very happy with the implementation of Link as well as with SMB2 in the last patch. Like I always say, the patches just got better and better. I feel like they sorted out a lot of the issues that I had with how the game was introducing certain new elements when it first arrived a little over 2 years ago. You wish Darth was here, but he is streaming. Do I know which Darth you're talking about? There seem to be a lot of Darths running around the galaxy at any given time, so... Next GM, could I do 190? Yes, we'll do that. Also, yeah, I did say actually I was going to close the queue, so... Or did I? This is usually around a time when I close the queue. Maybe I forgot to say that. So what we'll do is... We'll play Next GM's level first, and a bunch of people just came in, so I'll give you an opportunity to punch in some codes. Next GM's levels tend to be fairly short, so... We'll do this one, and then this will be last call. And then we'll just run through the rest of the queue after that. Which is right now very short. We just have 2 additional levels to get through. So I might actually even leave this open a little bit longer, depending on who's adding. Of course, Meng coming in with a Meng level will just extend my stream by a full hour, so... We'll close up in just a moment after we get through this one, hopefully. The Koopalings each have one last challenge, and right, this was the final level of your second Super World. You go through castle sections from the previous castles, 2 of which I had played. And Electrodude, welcome. Okay, wigglers are going to wiggle. I do remember this somewhat, I think. Yeah, because of the pipe setup, so it's kind of like an all-star remix of the castle segments that you had shown me previously. Oh, let's go fast. Lucky for me, the later blasters had not spawned in yet at the time. Nothing up here. Wendy's just going to be trapped in her own little isolation chamber. Yeah, not the most accurate spin. And let's not let everything melt before I can get through it. Ah, okay. This thing. Yeah, I remember this too, the way that you had done the falling bombs. I remember I had commented on the pacing of that at a time, that, you know, you can't really safely go fast through that. So I'll just try to remember how it was I managed to read that segment previously, so... can I play more of your Super World? I'll play it according to the usual rule set that I do. Which is, I'll get through as many as I can, you know, within the first 15 minutes of pulling levels. Because we do have a few people joining the queue now, and so some of those levels can be a little bit longer. But yeah, we'll definitely make sure we give your levels a decent look. I mean, I'll make these judgments as I go in terms of how much time I spend with it. I'll try to make sure we give you a nice, thorough look at whatever it is you're showing me. Oh, no, it should have... yeah, it should have whipped him with a cape here, but unfortunately we'll just need to survive here and hit him with shells. Okay. Took me a while to realize what was actually going to spawn from the pipe, and so... Okay. Back up, back up. Nope, it's a miss. And now he's just going to drop everything on me. Okay. Checkpoint's right there, so... Yeah, I could have one-shot it with a Cape Slam, that's true. I don't think I really had much room to fly, depending on the RNG, though. Whether Bowser was going to cooperate. Maybe a bit of room would be unfortunate if I just worked up a brief cape flight to ground pound when Bowser is off the ground and just not vulnerable to that. But yeah, because it is a sort of POW-like interaction when you do that, so... Nope. Okay, finally going to get a hit. Okay, let's not be too quick about it here. Whoops. Yeah, if you were thinking flying left and then slamming. Maybe. Nope, now we don't have much room to work with. Okay, fine. Yeah, maybe I should rethink that. With the cape flight. Just that the unpredictability of the fire does make that a little less appealing as a method, but we can try it. It would be fancy to get the kill that way, so... And we can certainly do fancy. Nope. And okay, that works too. I'll take it. Okay, Cape Flight's not going to work this time, fortunately. Getting a little bit crowded here. But we are going to get rid of Junior, and then we have to do this flight pretty much as in Super Mario World and just bombard him. Or we could do that. That works too. Yeah, clown car, come on. Let's not go back. Yeah, Bowser just wanted me to witness his existential crisis. He wasn't really intending to put up a fight, he just wanted to be validated. And we validated him, so THX 1138. Like I said previously, at this point I will be closing the queue. And we'll get through everybody who's left. So yeah, it worked pretty well as a castle, actually, Next GM, considering that you were stitching that together as a bit of a Frankenstein level from some of your previous creations. Yeah, the bomb segment, as I said before, I don't think it worked that well for me the first time I seen it. And this time we kind of navigated it carefully, but that's okay. Let's mark that as a win. Let's take that last submission from SD, sneaking it in before I hit close on the queue. Honestly, I don't particularly mind Bowser just deciding to jump away the easy way. Otherwise, we'd just be beating him with shells all day. Or just trying to fly around him, which is much fancier. Give me one moment to update the stream title as well as the bot display, and then I'm going to punch in the next level after that. SDG minute last, yeah, pretty much. I'm just trying to think about how to make the first 3 letters fit into that and generate a decently interesting phrase, but anyway, this is the remaining list, 5 people. Yeah, let's see what we can do. You think I've played some of your Super World already? Let's take a look. I'll pull it up, and if I have, then we'll just continue where I left off. I actually haven't, so let's just start it up. I mean, you did update this, though, I see. And so anybody's progress would have been wiped on your Super World as soon as you have an update, and so the fact that you updated it within the last day does mean that even if I have seen it before, that would have been reset. That's okay. We'll dive into it. We'll do at least the first few if they are quick. See what it's all about. I mean, I could have looked at your overall list as well, but if this is familiar to me, maybe I'll recognize it. 100 coins, new beginnings. You updated the Snow World. Have I seen this? Yeah, I have. Okay, that's fine. So, would you prefer me to speed through this, or would you rather have me play some new levels outside the Super World instead? Yeah, because I remember this. 100 coins isn't too bad to work with, though, as long as we... Oh, I see. Need to alternate here. Okay. There we go. I actually have no recollection of where I left off, but I'd be able to tell by whether I left likes on things, perhaps. Assuming I liked the levels in the first place, which in this case I did actually stamp this one, so I'll just try to speed through it. I won't be too thorough in terms of exploration, because I suspect that last time I played this, I may have done so. Okay, we are down by a few coins, so let's backtrack a little bit. And just tap some of these guys. Okay, that is 6. Let's see if there's anything else I can do then. Okay, 1 coin here. Looks like all of that efficiency gain earlier was just a little bit short. 99. Is this an all coins or... Yeah, it is all coins, that's why. I feel like I didn't hit a block enough or something. Yeah. Okay. So we actually did have to weave through the whole thing anyway. Whoops. When I see a nice round number like 100, I don't necessarily pay enough attention to whether it's an all coins condition, and in this case it was. Okay, let's mount the camera here. And yeah, like I said, I'll just try to get through it efficiently, just so we can get to new content if we can. Goomrat Hill. Yep. Well, I mean, I definitely played a lot further than this, I think. Okay. Yeah, I can't quite see where I'm landing sometimes, but that's just the risk of staying way up in the air like this. Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry, SD, we lost Yoshi. That's okay, we'll try to keep him alive in the next iteration. It was totally not deliberate, despite how I usually play with Yoshi. Nice little speed timings that you can do here, though, if you're careful. Is Yoshi going to die? No, not yet. Not this day. Well, not this minute. This day, probably. But we'll let him waddle. Outpace me slightly. Maybe actually dine on Goomrat for once. Okay. Sorry, Yoshi. I did die for the transgression, yeah, that's correct. Order and balance was restored to the universe. Spiny Ocean. Okay, let's go for a swim. And bloopers are just going to do their thing. I comment on this a lot in the rare circumstance that we do play water levels in this game, but I really do wish that Mario Maker had Rip Van Fish. I guess the fish bones actually serve a similar homing function, but, you know, not quite the same animation. Not quite the same behavior. Anyway. Fire Flower is going to simplify things quite a bit. And let's just keep pushing. And thank you for the GG. The many, many Gs. Gravity well of Gs. Mario 32F. Do I remember what this was? Okay. Oh, 2 Fortress, yeah. I see what you mean. Okay. What's going on here? Of course. Alright, now we get the Warp Whistle. No, wrong fortress, I know. Okay, no, that was a bad idea. Let's not do that. Yeah, Desert Fortress from Mario 3, yep. I do know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I replayed the whole thing sort of top to bottom warpless for the first time in ages last year. I was replaying a lot of the old classics and doing them a bit more thoroughly, because originally with Super Mario World I would just skip everything with the warp whistles or go to specific worlds and certain favorite routes, but almost never just play the whole thing top to bottom. Partly because having save states now makes it a lot more convenient to continue to file as though you never turned off your system. Not that it takes very long, like in total it's still not a huge game even if you play it that way and do every single level. And yeah, that is a neat way to implement that room, which formerly was just dark and full of terrors. Okay, Larry's Seesaw Castle. C'est le GG. So the GG actually is masculine then. I wasn't clear on that. Okay. I guess otherwise it would be GG with an extra E on the end. Whoop. Cloud plus Muncher, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, because you can raise this. Oh, nothing, okay. But does it spit something at me? Oh, Spike Ball, okay. Except we need to let the Spike Ball roll forward. Nope. And is it going to kill anything? No. Okay. This is a bit of a strange interaction, I think. I've got invincibility. Let's go. I don't know how that's meant to work. And yeah, so I only played the previous levels, actually. I didn't play up to this one. So this is new material for me, so... Nick 122, we are all caught up. And yeah, since some of the earlier segments were just catching up to what we'd seen before, I'll give this world a little bit more time considering, well, depending on how quickly we get through the castle here, and possibly we'll peek in World 2 after that. But yeah, let's see what you were trying to do here. With the spike ball. Probably, yeah, just projected at the very end. There we go. That was actually fairly simple. I just didn't get the spacing right earlier. I was dancing around that whole thing. Whoops. And there we go. Yeah, ML64, you know, given that I have context for StarCraft, I probably should have watched some French commentary from time to time just to work on my French comprehension. Since I'd be able to at least follow the fundamentals of what's going on with the StarCraft content itself. Okay, let's get over here. And we still have mushrooms out. Just push forward. And so, yeah, Nick 122M, we will see at least a bit of the World 2, I'm sure. Unless I really choke here. Nice simple Koopaling fight, but it's well in keeping with all the seesaw setups we saw earlier. I think it's a good match for the platforming that came before. And there we go. And okay, so you've got the NSMB style ending here. Just like the DS and 3DS game, you hop into the cannon and it shoots you into the next world. Nice touch. So yeah, we'll do a little bit more. We'll get into World 2. And depending on the length of the levels, we'll probably just have time for one or two. And here's another Mario 3 remake with Angry Sun this time, or... Oh no, it's with the jumping blocks, yeah. Except the Goomrats stand in for them. They don't even bother disguising themselves anymore in this game. Angry Sun is later. I should remember the order precisely. Yeah, sure, we can... Whoops. Totally miss. And, yeah. Might as well do that just to be fancy. And up we go. Okay. Like I said, not a very thorough look, but I think even in SMB3 originally, I tended to breeze past some of the early levels like that, so. Natcat, the level of the Angry Sun and Note blocks in Last World always gave you a hard time? Yeah. That was an interesting aesthetic in the SMB3 Dark World, actually. That has not really been seen elsewhere in the series. And it doesn't have anything like that atmosphere in the All-Stars remake in the Super Nintendo. Because World 8 was something that they aesthetically just completely redesigned. And, oh. Hey, we actually got to raise the spike ball like that. That happened once, but can't be too cheesy about it this time, as we roll everything over and slam that pokey. Okay, let's find a safe position here. Okay, these have been quick. We might be able to tag one more onto this. Yeah, because I haven't actually been on your Super World for too long, so let's do the Fortress. And then the Fortress will probably be a nice way to finish for now. Yeah, Brandon levels the queue is closed for the time being. If I finish things nice and early, then maybe we can open for one more, but right now I'm not counting on it, just given the potential length of the remaining levels in the queue. We actually just closed up before we played this one here. Thank you for dropping by, though. I do run viewer levels typically twice a week, and so I will be back with another session in the same time slot tomorrow. Let's actually use the squirrel boost from time to time, especially when we come off the bonsai. Okay, let's not hug the wall too closely with bonsais coming. And okay, let's go. No? Okay, yes. I was not quite clear on whether that was safe, but I guess the implication of the arrow was that it should be, so I'm glad I could actually trust that. Whoops. Let's try to boost. Instead we got crushed. So yeah, it looks like that's just pure survival as the lift goes up and go. Without the squirrel, you can still survive with wall jumps. But I'd rather not do it that way. We'll share the elevator with this guy who's totally not respecting social distancing capacity restrictions. Oh no, we're supposed to go up here. Okay, good. At least the track finishes with that segment there that lets you take your time to exit. Okay. Not as clean as it could be, but we made it. Next level after the Fortress is an Angry Sun level. Yeah, we'll have to see that next time. Anyway, thank you, Nick122M. I know we kind of sped through some of those levels without being quite as thorough as usual, but that was just in the interest of getting back on track for seeing some of the new content we hadn't revealed, so we got a nice chunky session in with this. So let's mark that for now and hit next. And yeah, next time you do a revision, though, I will probably just continue from your list rather than going through the Super World from scratch. But I don't know how many additional revisions you have planned and how frequently it gets updated, so hopefully the fixes or improvements stay in place. So, this is my usual schedule. We have lately in the weekday streams been doing a series of indie games. That's just going to continue running through the rest of July and possibly into early August. Viewer levels, however, are fairly regular on this time slot and the same time the day after, with the start time that's listed there. There will be some scheduling changes in the months ahead as we get into August or October, but I'll be announcing that as it comes. For now, though, these are the times that we've been keeping for the last several months, and sometimes we do some extra maker content in the middle of the week, including finishing some stuff that we couldn't quite wrap up during viewer levels. So, Merlin, let's take a look at yours. So yeah, I should be back at the next... well, I will be back tomorrow, and next weekend I might have to cancel one stream depending on how quickly I can get set up for it, because I am relocating my streaming setup a bit and making a few changes. So possibly a cancellation next week, but right now you can expect the schedule to just kind of continue as normal. SDGML, I'm not doing a permanent move. I am streaming from a different location for a couple of weeks because I've got a little bit of travel, but it's not a long-term thing. So, Merlin, we did see this previously. I think you had shown it to me, so we can see something else. You can just recommend something. Given that you're sporting the crown and cloak now, the crown and gown. So yeah, we're a few levels behind on everything you've created, so if you'd like to recommend something, I'd be willing to do pretty much any of these, so do let me know if you have a preference, otherwise I'll just pick something. Skyscraper Blockland, okay. Try to find as many coins as possible and enjoy. Ah, a coin hunt. Dedicated to Tsunami Cat with a world record by Big Shy Guy, who is a very fun streamer. I see Merlin in Big Shy Guy's stream all the time, actually, because he tends to play Mario Maker to a jazz soundtrack, and so it's always a nice place to chill after my own stream. So, let's take a look at this. And yeah, Nick122M, thank you for dropping by and for the Super World earlier. You have a good day. Okay. So yeah, hopefully the internet connection holds up in the place that I'm going to be streaming from temporarily, starting next week. And because connection-wise, the current setup I have has been really quite good. Internet has pretty much never been a problem here when it comes to keeping my stream up and running. It's just all the other problems that we've had. Audio and other such delights. Which today seems to be behaving. Do let me know if it's not the case, but for once, this stream I don't seem to have had too many complaints about sound glitching out on people or anything like that. So let's hope I didn't just jinx that. Usually when I mention it, it's a sure sign that I've jinxed that. Okay. Get through here. Nice of that thwomp to put on a parachute just for safety. There was something down below here too. Those coins. Looks like a wall jump location, actually. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, just because this is the kind of level that just encourages you to take your time and grab some coins. Very leisurely pace. Now, let's not get crushed though by any of this stuff. Yeah, it looks like you need to sneak out. Only issue I have with this specific location here is that you can't actually see if it's going to be a clear ceiling up top that you could escape from. Whoops. I sort of expected the thwomp wouldn't be giving me an open location, but arrows are going to tell you that that's going to be safe, of course, because the Koopa must walk somewhere. And whoops. And you can go down to Big Thwomp, yeah, that's true. Should have considered that, whoops. Yeah, let's go on top. Rather than doing everything the hard way. Well-placed mushroom there. Very nice. And through we go. As we get back to this block. And yeah, it was when I was riding the Thwomp that I was able to see the ceiling earlier. That's true. It does mean you have to be quite alert to it, of course, just to expect that it's going to be coming. Yeah, sure. We'll let the Skip Squeak do its thing. Let's try to jump around the side here. No. Sure, we'll do it that way. Not the cleanest, but we'll take it. Fire flower. I feel like, yeah, this is going to be forward. There's a right to left segment. I momentarily had my doubts. But whether I was just following a particular branch backwards or something, which can be the case sometimes. Let's get out quickly. Maybe we shouldn't have crushed everything here. And yeah, hit Skip Squeak. Is this actually way forward? Yes, it's like it. Big Shell looks like it could go places that we just project it in an interesting way. Nope, it's not going to get high enough even if you do load it on that cloud. Okay, nice visibility on that ceiling. Yeah, so you can get on top of that Thwomp, grab the 10 coin, and then drop safely afterwards, but we get the general idea. And that's the flag. Is there anything else? Nope. I missed a big bonus room. Okay, that's unfortunate, but felt like I saw quite a lot in there anyway. I mean, yeah, there was one particular branch that I know I didn't explore, so that's how that'll go. So, thank you for that, Merlin. Yeah, SD, thank you for the lurk. Just remember to check in when yours does get called. Electrodude, I totally forgot that you had an active sub, otherwise I would have pulled you a sub next. Much earlier. Let me just see. But Electrodude, is there anything that you have that's new other than Flaming Fortress? Because, well, we'll see about order here. Because it's just you and Meng and SD remaining. So, yeah, sure, let's pull you up. If it is Flaming Fortress, I don't necessarily know if I'll spend too much time on it, because admittedly, I've not practiced that reclaim at all. So I might just be jammed on the same location. If you do have something new, however, we probably take a look. Yeah, that's okay, we'll do it. So yeah, once again, I did not practice the reclaim. I may still have a lot of trouble getting through it, but we'll try to make it back to that segment and just get warmed up again, because it's been quite a long time since I played this. Merlin, is there a level theme that I'd like to request? Thanks for offering to build another dedicated level here. I think the last one worked quite well in terms of the massive drill that you had that time. It doesn't need to be a drill this time, of course, but thematically, that's a good question. Stretch out the stream length with difficult levels, gang, yeah. Meng knows what's up. Yeah, okay. I'm just a little out of practice with this, just forgot about the shell drop on that red block. It's okay. Good to stay warmed up with these once every now and then. I don't know if it's accurate to say that I love cats. It's more that, you know, I'm happy to host the cat gang here. I'm not somebody who actually owns a cat. It's just that I cooperate with cats much more than I do with most other domesticated animals. I don't really keep pets myself. But... oops. Yeah, so Merlin, game style and level theme, I'll have to think about that, and I might have to get back to you if I have a suggestion, but, you know, I generally trust your creativity. Although, let me think about that, because I'm sure there's something neglected that I can ask for, and which might be interesting. Since you're asking anyway, and we'll have to think about that. Yeah, let's remember how to do some of this early content. The last time I looked at this after a break, I actually had a surprisingly easy time with it, but I haven't really been doing shell levels at all in recent weeks. So, nope, missed the grab once more. So, it's kind of a bad angle up towards that shell, making it instead of doing the grab and throw. Merlin, see if you can make a boss level. Let's make that the condition. Doesn't matter if it's a boss rush or a single boss or just a massive contraption that looks like a boss or whatever, but I'll leave that open to interpretation for you. Something that would fit the boss battle tag. Everything else is completely up to you. Whoops. Or I could ask you to make a puzzle, but I know you're not exactly a puzzle maker or player, so... It would be interesting to see you stretch out into something like that. You already made a boss level dedicated to someone else. Yeah, I'll give you a choice. You can do that, or you can do a puzzle. Whoops. And Mel, you have to leave a bit early? Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for dropping by for so long anyway. For showing me those levels earlier, even if we did have that key death. Okay. Alright, need to get some of my shell accuracy back in here. Maybe both fused into one? Yeah, that would be very interesting. I would certainly be up for that. Okay. Nope. Totally missed the soft drop here. That's a bit of a problem. Best attempt yet today, though. But yeah, Merlin, definitely enjoyed that Koopaling boss rush that you had, actually, even if I took far too long to clear it. But the nice thing about things like puzzles and boss rush levels and the like is that that's the kind of thing that we'll also do on the feature streams that are not just fewer levels, just as something to catch up on the side. Okay. That was just a shell jump. So, Electrodude, the thing I was trying to do here was, as you'd recommended before, let go of both the dash and the jump button at once when I do the drop. And I didn't quite get it. And Meng, yeah, definitely a word puzzle is totally acceptable, especially if it's a boss that also happens to be some kind of word puzzle, like a Scrabble puzzle. Maybe not Scrabble specifically, but we've seen enough escape rooms these days that have some kind of verbal clue to them that requires Meng to look up some Bob Marley music videos on YouTube, for instance. That is not unheard of. You made a pretty difficult boss that's a 0.1. Wow, okay. Whoops. Let's actually get to grab here. Yeah, ideally I'd like to get in a good attempt on that reclaim. So we can see some new content here for once. Whoops. There we go. Oh, I missed a shot, that's why. The lower shot. I think I came out a little bit low there, didn't actually manage to blow up the bomb. That's okay, just steadily getting this back in order. I've also never gotten far enough in this level to know what the 2 pink coins are all about. I think that's just going to be something exclusive to the next section. Whoops. Okay, here we go. And let's acknowledge the raid from Zero Planes. Super Boss, is this a raid? I suspect it might just be a raid. Signs are that the probability of raiding approaches 1 with time, Master. Can I prove that it's a raid? Well, I guess that depends on the axiomatic system in which something is or isn't a raid. And whether we can derive its truth value from first principles. So yeah, thank you Zero Planes for dropping by. We are past queue closure, as you can see, but I really do appreciate people coming in to watch anyway. If anybody had submissions that they wanted to send me but didn't manage to slip into the queue, I do tend to run viewer levels in the same time slot tomorrow as well. Right now we're just closing off with the remaining submissions. This one is an old one that I've never beaten, and which has been submitted here many times. I'm still not really able to get past the shell reclaim at the end of the first section. And we've got 2 levels in the queue after that. And that's probably all I'll have time for today, but hopefully it will at least be enjoyable to watch. And Luigi has requested, and Super Boss has decided to bid Mario against that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fulfill Green Hero's request, and that's going to last until the end of the level. Unless you two get into this massive bidding war. And Super Boss, remind me afterwards that I will be swapping over to Mario at the end of this level. I actually don't have a really good policy in place for when people are trying to counterbid the character swap. Merlin, you were asking, even though you'll make a puzzle level, it'll be kind of like exploration with certain indicated actions. Yeah, that's fine. I'd say try not to hint things excessively. Well, I mean, it's your choice, of course, as the creator in terms of difficulty tuning you want, but I think when people say puzzle in this game, they almost excessively focus on things like one-screen puzzles or Zelda dungeons or certain types of formats. And it seems like the puzzle genre in Mario Maker has narrowed down to certain concepts like that. And something like a puzzle exploration experience could still have a lot of creative flexibility to it. It has been underexplored. And, yeah, so Green Heroes is very insistent on Luigi, unfortunately, so I'll manage the point totals for redemptions afterwards and try to account for that in a way that makes sense. I'll be canceling and refunding some of your points afterwards if there are a lot of redundant requests. But, you know, I'll just handle that manually and see what we can do. Before some of you who are sitting on points into 5 digits just decide to dump 100 character changes on me and fill up my log. Maybe I won't refund you after all. Nope. This should be a soft drop here. Refunds are for mistakes and not trolls. Maybe so. I mean, if you're going to try to troll with the reward redemptions, you are probably somebody who's been around long enough to amass a very expendable number of points to begin with. I think those factors just kind of balance out. Have I figured out new rewards? Yeah, I should really implement some. I did have a few in mind that I actually liked from when we last discussed it many weeks ago. You know what this whole channel point refund thing makes me think of? So some of you might have been following the news about the Blue Origin rocket launch, where one of the seats was auctioned off for rocket launch on the 20th. And there was a secret bidder who won it by paying in $28 million. And yesterday he canceled due to what he says, or he or she, we don't know who it is. This bidder was saying that they had a scheduling conflict and could not go to space on the 20th despite paying in $28 million for their seat. So instead, the passenger slot, the fourth passenger slot that was dedicated to the auction to fly up into space with Jeff Bezos, Mark Bezos, and Wally Funk, is going to Mr. Electrodude. And I'm not even kidding, actually. There's a news article about this. Like it's a student from the Netherlands who's having the bill footed by a very wealthy benefactor, also known as his father. And I was looking at it and thinking, okay, that's probably just one of the many Dutch makers who hangs out on my stream. There's some probability that one of you is, in fact, going to space in a few days and just hasn't told me. Just given how well represented the Netherlands is around here, I just assume that everybody plays Mario Maker over there when they're not busy spending all their parents' money to fly into space. And for that matter, spending all their channel points to insist on one costume or another. Okay, down we go. But yeah, it's going to be an 18-year-old Dutchman who is a physics student, I think, who is also going to simultaneously set the record for the youngest person to have gone to space. Assuming all goes as planned and that he doesn't also have a scheduling conflict. It really does raise the question, though, that if you're the mystery bidder with the $28 million, what could you possibly have booked that against? Nope, sailed right over there. And I didn't actually manage to do a soft drop anyway, but... yeah, never really managed to do the reclaim. I'll try to get at least one good solid attempt on that. If I can get back to the Piranha Plant and try to reclaim once more, then we'll try to make that work. No. But then afterwards we'll close out with the remaining levels. And Merlin, you said you'd best get going? Yeah, thank you so much for the level earlier, and also for offering to do another dedicated creation. Always appreciate having you here. No, I missed a shot to the left. I accidentally took 2 shots to the right. Okay. Left, right. Oh, whoops. I tried to drop that and then I caught it again, so something was wrong with the way I was setting that down. Okay. Let's try this once more. What a spectacular miss. Then we'll try to jump this. And yeah, I'll put in at least a few more attempts. We'll see. I actually managed to get back to the end of this segment a few times. Just haven't really had a clean attempt on the reclaim itself yet. Okay. And of course, even if I do learn it, it's very unlikely I'll just finish this level today, so I have to learn how to do it consistently enough to make it across on a regular basis. Okay, down we go. Left, right. Nope. Missed a left shot again. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Electro Dude. I know I didn't spend a great deal of time on it, but this was kind of a warm-up series of attempts to just remind me of how things are going to flow. I really will make a more serious push on this at some point. Like we did for far too long with Subterranean Spiked Ball Saving before this one. But just in the interest of getting through the rest of the queue, because I don't know how long we'll spend on Meng's level today either. Let's see the next one. So yeah, thank you. And let me remember to switch the character to Mario, because that was... Thank you. And actually, this will work out quite nicely, because we had Luigi just now for the previous level. We have Mario for this next one. And then Zero Planes requested Yoshi just in time for SDGML's level, which will come after Meng's. And so we may actually be able to fulfill that, because we know how much SDGML loves Yoshi. And then we'll see about that Toho request at the very bottom. But everything should line up conveniently to make everything happen. Okay, Meg, the most recent one from you that I have not completed is... I have to go way back. We've been playing a lot of yours. Ah, yes, that's right. 0.43. Well, it is the most recent one I've not completed, and it was from last October. So actually, just after I had to cut off the stream for a few months back in October. So we've pretty much almost caught up with the entire hiatus. Now we just need to fill in this last gap here with... You forget what 45. Act 3. Maybe it's an abbreviation. Whoops. Accidentally tapped a button there. Maybe it's an abbreviation, actually. Like if we can reverse engineer the title somehow. If you, for I don't know, generated fathoms something beginning with H. Here. Just joking, new version for is Jester's Scrumptious 45. I don't know. Fish. Something GKKFP. Somebody come up with something. I think we can't quite figure it out. You know, if I don't finish this level today, I will actually try to figure out what this stands for. And then the next time I return to this level, I will read it. If, however, we manage to finish it, no deal. So anyway, let's get into 45, Act 3. Yeah, Green Heroes, you should have seen Act 1 and 2. Because I haven't.
Oh, no.
Okay, so we need to ground pound here to get rid of the piranha. And then the slide is going to make you remain in the ground pound state as you get blown by the wind, the continuous wind, into the other blocks to come. So that's the central mechanic that we're dealing with here, is the multiple ground pound. That seems to only work with this continuous desert wind. And then we need to duck. SDGML, can you tell me how to pronounce that? No. But we can guess. Act 4. Maybe. No, it's definitely not Welsh. I'd be able to recognize it if so. I think the way I pronounced it, though, might have been with a slight Welsh accent. Okay. Up we go. Whoops. No, that was just an accidental down input here. Okay. Whoops. Just sliding off the edge of the vine before we actually manage to activate the jump. Slide. Oh, spin. Okay. No, I did see that coming. I knew it was going to be a spin, but I just didn't react to that very smoothly. Okay. Need to account for that. And yeah, Green Heroes, of course, that is definitely a Welsh municipality. Whoops. really one of the few places in the world that can legitimately say it is renowned for its name. I can think of some other ones. Not all of them are what one would consider family-friendly, depending on how you pronounce them in your language of choice. I like that one place in Austria that has actually had to look into changing its name because tourists keep stealing their signs. Whoops. I am trying to spin there, I'm just late on the input. Is the Z in the title? It's implied by the Act 3. That's... I will explain that. Because in Act 3, there's always a twist. Not always, but you know. Close enough. Okay, so I do need to ground pound a little bit to the left there. That's what that's... teaching me. What place in Austria SDGML? Well, apparently the way the locals tell you you're supposed to pronounce it is Fuking. So you can imagine how that goes. Oops. But yeah, apparently they do have this very serious problem with tourists stealing their signs, as you can probably imagine. But yeah, other than Llanfair such and such in Wales, one of the few places in the world that really is renowned for its name. That is its claim to fame. No, you do need to land on the right side first because you can't just ground pound out of the spin. You do have to build a spinning state. And, okay, here we go. No, spin, spin, spin. Oops. It looks like they fudged the spelling. Yeah, that doesn't really help matters, considering that it's just a mild abotherization. Okay, I was trying to go a little bit further left this time, but when I'm pounding from that high, I do need to give myself a little bit more space. Very cool idea, though. Can only be done using the permanent desert wind in this style. It was kind of nice to see just take advantage of a lot of those other NSMB mechanics in the meantime. Alright, so let's move up. Yeah. And whoops.
Oh no!
Let's spin our way forward.
Oh no!
No, I see. I just need to ground pound towards the muncher, I think, and count on the wind to do its work. Yeah, a really unique interaction here. I hadn't actually seen this sort of ground pound state preservation before, I think. So, Can always count on Meng to discover stuff like this. Oh, except that time I got the ground pound and I was still blown a little bit too far, so maybe I was landing a bit too far forward. But who knows? No, too far.
Oh no!
Okay. Yeah, it feels like Desert Wind in general still has a lot of design potential in all styles in terms of things that you can do to
Oh no!
make the level design interesting and just not too frustrating, which was always an issue right from the launch of this game. Was that one thing that really surprised me about Maker 2 was just how challenging it was to play around Desert Wind, considering that this is a concept that is pretty familiar in platformers. Big showcase of it in Celeste, of course, but it was already present in Nintendo's own work well before that. And so you would look at that and think, okay, I've got plenty of experience with wind momentum and that kind of speed manipulation when it comes to platforming, all over stuff like DKC as well. And then you actually put it into levels in this game, or see people put it to various levels, and
Oh no!
all of a sudden Desert Wind just looks like this total menace in terms of just how much it kills you and how much it can throw you off. So definitely came as a
Oh no!
bit of a shock to the system at first. But yeah, I've seen some levels here in SMBU style in particular really make good use of the permanent Desert Wind to have unique mechanics that you can't really do anywhere else, but
Oh no!
feels like it's still a relative rarity. There was a block on the top of the bumper and I missed it. For some reason, it feels like I was sliding too far to the right and missing whatever the bumper was supposed to do to rescue me from that position and let me continue. Yeah, if I ground pound nice and low... Ah, okay, that is just a little bit of a trick there. I do need to just prepare for a nice high bounce off the bumper instead of doing a low bounce and suffering all of the consequences that come from that. Okay, up we go. My incentive for finishing this level, of course, is not having to write out an acronym for the title, as I said earlier.
No!
Okay. Bounce, bounce. Bounce. Okay, thought I was going to miss that time, but managed to salvage that. Okay. I do need to pull back and use the note block there to adjust my position, I think. That's probably the safest way to go about it, instead of going directly over. Down we go. And yeah, a little too far up. Here we go.
Oh no!
And let's just not get confused with where to go there in terms of being indecisive about whether to pull back or go all the way forward. Really do just need to pick one. There we go. Nope.
Oh no!
I got a little too close to the question block there and had a crouch rather than ground pound. And just couldn't get the right placement after that. Very satisfying to do that as a triple every time I actually manage it accurately. Okay, this still throws me off a little bit. I think it's just a matter of anticipating that bounce. Because the issue is that you don't want to hit the jump button too early. Maybe I do just need to hit the jump button and go back after the second part of that ground pound.
Oh no!
Because I want to get a high jump off of the bumper if I getting bumped anyway, and I think my reaction time to that is just a little bit too slow. Okay, there we go. Nope, too far.
Oh
Yeah, been a pretty interesting one so far, though. Okay, here we go. I was going to pull back there, and clearly not far enough. Just hit the muncher right along the lip of that one-way panel. So that could have gone substantially better. Up we go, and
Oh no!
yeah, so I did make it all the way over that time, but caught myself by surprise in the course of doing so. So, not the best outcome either. Down and forward. Some of this early stuff is going better, at least, just up to this point here, which keeps throwing me off slightly as I decide whether to pull back or push forward. Yeah, I should really be pulling back, I think. Alright, here we go. Okay, so, managed to make it here. I will now need to actually get over to the next round pound, which... yeah, just need to stop along the here, except now I do in fact need the bounce off the bumper. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, I need to get that high bounce. And that's going to take me over. So, doing some patient adjustments there just so I get out of the ground pound state before I hit the bumper. I think that's pretty much all I need to do. Otherwise, the ground pound state is going to
Oh no!
drop me into the bumper earlier than I want. But yeah, I see, because it's just a continuation of a ground pound on the third block in that segment, and that's what's compressing the block, lowering it, and creating my collision against the bumper in a location that otherwise looks safe. Yeah, as you can see,
Oh,
just need to compensate for the wind there as we attempt to do the second half of that. There's got to be a smoother interaction there that I haven't quite managed to pick out just yet. Nope.
Oh no!
Way down we go. And back up. Very satisfying as always when you can actually do these segments fluidly.
Oh no!
I just need to time that ground pound a little better. I wanted to pull back out of that piranha as well, but just wasn't in a great position for doing so. Yeah. Forward.
Oh no!
Still winding up on top of that guy. So yeah, let's just see how far we can get. It's possible that I will need to treat this as a practice session. Or we eventually learn to get the clear, so. There we go. Now let's read this carefully. It's going to be a one-way panel, wall jump against a spring, the spring goes forward, activates the thwomp, if it's a side thwomp. Oh no, unless I go towards the one-way panel and it's a vertical thwomp. Vertical thwomp is going to hit the block. No, because it's 2 blocks below that, so I think it is going to be a side thwomp. But I'm just seeing how the shell launch is going to work. Let's just do it.
Oh no!
Yeah, it is a vertical thwomp, so now we know that. I was just trying to predict what that mechanism was going to be. Looked like a shell launcher, but could be wrong.
Oh no!
So yeah, we'll just go back there and try to fix that. New territory, though. Seeing some fresh content for the first time in a while. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, once again, really do have to compensate for the wind for that one extra block. Ground pound interaction itself, though, is going to be pretty reliable when it does happen. Okay.
Oh
No.
no!
I'm sure there's a smooth way to do that segment in one very fluid motion, but right now I think I do need to use the bumpers for adjustment, because otherwise my reaction time is going to get me into trouble. Okay. Okay. There we go. Let's go a little lower on this one-way panel, and I see it is going to be a shell launcher, and I just lost too much momentum going towards it. Yeah, because I did let up on the D-pad right. Looks like a fairly exact interaction, though, in terms of your timing for everything after activating the thwomp. But yeah, no, I just wasn't pulling hard enough to the right to land on a shell. Landing on a small shell in that segment, though, I wonder if it will behave with the kind of reliability that we would expect and hope for. Okay. Oh, almost activated that prematurely, and maybe I need to twirl ahead, but... yeah, definitely something about my positioning isn't quite reaching the shell. But I don't actually know if a mid-air twirl would allow me to keep pace with where the shell is going. I mean, NSMB does have a way of flattening out your angle a bit with the twirl, but seems like a pretty exact adjustment. This is a segment that's demanding something quite specific, and I don't know what just yet. Yeah, part of the issue was that I was going too high on a one-way panel previously. If I go just a little bit higher... oh, didn't realize I was going to fall through there. I just read that as a wall. But yeah, if I wall jump off that back onto the single block and do the same kind of wall jump interaction to activate the next thwomp, then things should be fine. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, just laid on the input, as you can see with the crouch that was on top of the question block, rather than activating the pound. Oh wow, I actually made it across that time, except I was no longer able to get a sliding state. Didn't realize that the wind would do that much to rescue me. A wall jump. Seems like that's a mechanic that we could expect to see exploited some more.
Oh no!
Just a wall jumping up onto a platform using the wind interaction. I probably have played levels that used that before, but probably not very many. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, doing this a little more fluidly. Nope. Barely salvaged that. Nope, we lost that.
Oh no!
Okay, up we go.
Oh no!
Maybe not the most elegant death that we've taken in this level so far. Okay. But that's okay. Death in this game welcomes all types. All the forms of failure are equal in the end. In the eyes of the clear rate. Whoops. Okay, pull back.
Oh no!
Wonder why I hit that. I think I just let up a little too early. Some deaths are a lot funnier. Yeah, that's true. Some deaths are there for content. Whoops.
Oh no!
And that was not an intentional demonstration, but I think you get the idea. Okay, down we go.
Oh.
Not quite. You need to slide there. Not fooling anybody from just crouching on your way down. On your way across that segment.
Oh no!
Yeah, once again what do we need to land first? We're anticipating that with the down button.
Oh no!
I may be starting to slip a little bit in terms of my progress in this, so we'll see if I can make a few improvements here. Get back to where we were much earlier with all of those thlumpy mechanisms. Okay. Alright, now let's... Oh, I actually overshot, okay. It is a little tricky to do that accurately. Very sensitive to minor variations on how high up I'm hitting the wall jump, for instance, and what else I can do. Yeah, because it looks like even a minor change in my positioning there is going to miss a shell, and it's a little difficult to see whether I am going to make it. But yeah, maybe there's a way to master this timing that will be a little bit better. Okay, no, I pulled back too soon. I really do need to go all the way forward. I was thinking of pulling back because we had overshot previously the last time I was there. Somebody commented it was the best wind level they had ever seen, and it turned out to be Supernova before he knew who you were. Where has Supernova been lately anyway? It seems like he has decided to take a break from Twitch, perhaps. I know he's still building, but after that incredible pace of level building that he was on in recent months, I haven't seen as much of him lately. But he really was on quite a run with this game, so totally fine if he's Taking a bit of a maker vacation. A makecation. Whoops.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, if Supernova thought it was such a great wind level, then why didn't he explore the rest of your list then and
Oh,
take
no.
pleasure in all of the naked pipes? I mean, maybe that's a slightly mean thing to point out. We shouldn't shame anybody for their naked pipe fetish, or whatever the inverse of that would be.
Oh, no.
Supernova banned you for telling Meng to create a Level Crim cinematic universe. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a cinematic universe is such a good idea. But just imagine the continuity.
Oh, no.
Because you could take all these different naked pipe levels, right? Like the... what is it? The time pipe, and the power pipe, and the mind pipe. And when you put them all together, what kind of level do you get? A gauntlet.
Oh, no.
We can't all make please just do better. Yeah, exactly. Whoops.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we'll give this at least a few more attempts. Try my best to avoid the responsibility that I've apparently vowed to shoulder. We do need to take this forward to a second session.
Oh, no.
It would be cool if you can control the wind a bit more in the editor. As with the lava, yeah. I mean, part of it is visibility, though. It's not an issue for things like lava and poison level, though, that's true. But, you know, when people say that they wish that certain mechanics weren't just restricted to one night theme and that they could mix and match aesthetics with mechanics, the thing that they're often forgetting is that
No.
reading which style you're in does, from the player's perspective, really condition your expectations for the rule set that you have to grapple with. And so, from the player's perspective, it's at least nice to get into a Desert Wind level in a certain style and know exactly what to expect. Like, you couldn't just take things like Night Airship Physics and do them in any Night style, which is something that would be very aesthetically satisfying in terms of opening up creative possibilities for the game, but which, from the player's perspective,
Oh, no.
would make engaging with the mechanic something harder because you don't necessarily know to expect things like that just from visual observation. Same with all the night grassland stuff, like, you know, having poison mushrooms or having the alternate movement behaviors. You wouldn't just want that available in every style. At least from the perspective of accommodating people who are going to be wandering blindly into this.
Oh no!
Meowser in every style, though, I mean, that's something that has potential. Yeah, I haven't published very many levels, but I've used Meowser in every single 3D World level I've completed, I think, and
Oh
in some ways I think Meowser actually is kind of underrated. Partly because a lot of makers use him badly and don't really play to the strengths of that movement set and boss fights that you can squeeze out of that. Whoops.
Oh no!
Okay, I've spent quite a while on this, and I don't want to keep SD waiting too long for her final level in the queue, so we may in fact have to bail on this soon. But it's a good one to continue, and I feel like we've made reasonable progress with the parts that I did learn here. Yeah, at some point I really should look into YouTube content for this channel myself. Yeah, Zeroplanes, you wish Pick a Path wasn't just restricted to the SMB1 style.
Oh no!
Right, because what if you were able to pick up objects and totally spoil the illusion? Somehow. Okay. There we go. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, trying to do the ground pound there, and that was not going to go. So I guess we actually have to write this thing. Or come up with some kind of fitting solution. We'll keep that in mind. I actually don't know if I'll have time to look at this properly between now and tomorrow's stream, but I guess I have to, so. For now, Meng, I guess we'll take that as a bit of an initial practice session. World record is under a minute. I do want to just take a quick look at the length. Yeah, because we got to the Thwomp, and I do see a shell track after the Thwomp. I was very close to the end of this section. The last thing was the Thwomp, but then there is an exit pipe, indicating to me that there is more to come in a subworld. So we did not see the subworld. I was one obstacle away from it. That's how Act 3 is going to go. Let me just scroll back up and chat briefly to acknowledge some things that were being said, like Green Heroes, which we were saying about the cape levels in Super Mario World Wind. Yeah, I mean, some of that would be a little more reliable, definitely, with a more constant or manageable wind timing, given that you're going to have that set timing interval in terms of the wind direction anyway. But you really have to, if you're designing something specific, really have to work around all of those specific wind timings that go in either direction. So to do a level that's going to be very technically demanding, I mean, that could be a lot of fun. I've seen that. But the interesting thing about something like the cape is that it is such a flexible item, and it just naturally encourages, I think, a larger range of movement. And so it's impressive that people make things like the cape work as well in Kaizo as they do. Ground pound that like button and Z jump that subscribe button. And don't forget to twirl in the comments. And yeah, these kind of YouTube semantics of saying subscribe for what in Twitch we just say follow do throw me off every now and then, because like I spend a lot more time on Twitch than on YouTube nowadays, and then every time I go back to YouTube, the fact that subscribe means follow throws me off all over again, and the fact that you don't have to pay into it to do so. Despite the fact that I've been using YouTube on and off ever since it was first introduced, like back in 2005 or 06 or something. I actually did upload some stuff on an old account that had nothing to do with video games way back in the first year of YouTube, I remember. I'm not going to say too much about that now, but and back then it was really a totally different environment. Nothing was monetized yet, much fewer issues with algorithmically recommended misinformation. SDA, I assume, as usual, you want me to play the most recent one that I haven't played, and yes, that's your request. The answer to that is going to be Boom Boom's Lava Castle, which, being in 3D World, will not, in fact, have Yoshi, so... Zero Planes, I guess we'll have to change to the Yoshi costume some other time. Okay, so this will be the last level we do today. Let's take a look and see how we do. Boom Boom is adult Yoshi when he's put on some pounds. Just decided to spin around and bounce off the walls and work out his personal issues that way. Do we have any homing bullets that could do something for me here? Cat bullet? Nope, doesn't quite go. Okay, Cat Bell will take me up. It will also give me the chance to do this and almost get poked by fire. And okay, this is just a collection segment. I see, the coins approximately mark columns that I need to be aware of for where there will be fire. And I am missing one. I also never really saw what key door was going to be, so... I see this semi-solid up top is totally traversable. Oh, disaster.
Oh no!
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to fudge around the fact that we're not technically playing as Boom Boom. Or as adult Yoshi, but... that's okay. We all have to make some compromises. Okay, up we go. And yeah, you can eventually climb up here and... oh no, ground. Okay. Alright, so let's remain in cat form. And probably explore at a lower level as well. Avoid the coins. Whoops. At least avoid the coin columns. Oh. Close one there. And here's coin 5. Fancy. And yeah, we'll do that. Oh, except the crates are... well, the crates are just kind of a way to let you go up without the cat. Yes, if you lose everything. And yeah, the overlapping rules for the placements with 3D World Semi-Solids are kind of a weird thing to work around, but let's take a crate, just in case. It's a castle. You never know when you might want to stack a crate in lava. Oh, it looks like it's a rising segment. I was about to just jump on and do that, but instead Mario decides to take a bath. I am going to take an extra crate. Never mind. I accidentally slapped that thing. Really could have used that extra crate for all we know. Yeah, that's going to break everything. Let's leave the bomb alone. Oh, no, because it's just going to break anyway when it walks off, as I should have remembered and anticipated. We'll just let the bomb do its thing on the side, because at least it's peeling off on the side rather than anything dead center. Yeah, it's interesting how popular this concept is. But I guess with almost nothing else in the game mechanically that will behave this way and really interact with the fluid levels, people were bound to capitalize on this with a very wide variety of designs. Now let's grab all of this. And this is just a cat check, okay. We'll check our cat suit at the door and totally forget which pocket we put a claim ticket in. And this is a mushroom check, okay. And it was your first 3D World Castle level? Yeah. No, I mean, it's definitely executing all of these different concepts pretty cleanly. I haven't seen quite so much of the fence climbing with Cat, actually, despite how that's kind of been there as a castle concept in Super Mario World. Not with Cat, of course, but just to climb in general. Ah, here's Boom Boom. Bouncing off the walls. Yeah, we don't have any crate or anything to drop here just yet, but it seems implied that I need to grab something. Oh, bullet head. Okay, we'll take that. And miss. Right, because I grabbed the bullet head and I just immediately crashed into the wall, I think, and that's what happened there. Okay, up we go. And there is also this fire flower. Oh, okay, it's with the bullet. You can use the bullet to drop the fire flower, and then use the fire flower to fire through the pipe to well, do everything that you need with Boom Boom. Yeah, so I need to grab multiple bullets to do that if I'm going to play that way. Also need to drop out of there much more gracefully. Okay, up we go. And then, yeah. Actually, crashing on the on-off switch here is maybe not advisable. Or is it? Oh, whoops. Yeah, no. Yeah, because you crash and then you wall jump off the P. I was reading that. I was just a little bit slow to react last time. And I think the intended sequence of events is pretty clear. So we'll... Whoops. go, and then we'll just do that until the fire flower is dispensed. Okay, one more. And we'll head back up. Okay, now that we are set, let's fire away. And look at those cat paws. Just tickling him to death. He's going to get into his shell form because he's ticklish. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Paw, paw, paw. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The cat needs attention. Feed the cat. And there we go. And yeah, SD, that's definitely one thing that's missing compared to the first game, is that, of course, with the first game, if you were doing anything on a touchscreen, on the main display, your stylus would be represented by the cat paw. As you might remember, I don't remember if you played Maker 1, I think you said you hadn't. Cat paw was all over the place. And it was the cat's meow. Okay, thank you for the GG. That's going to be today. That's the queue. We'll clear this with a win. And yeah, I'm glad you got the garbage out of your system in Maker 1. Seems like a lot of us did that, and now that we're in Maker 2, less garbage, but also some things that didn't make the cut to come back, and so many things in a tile set that people who are newly good didn't get a chance to salvage or revisit, mechanically speaking. I still have to redeem a Touhou character request. Yeah, I guess I do. I might just leave that in queue. And we'll find some kind of roundabout way of fulfilling that. So, anyway, thank you so much for joining me, everyone. We are going to close down now, but viewer levels will, if it stays on schedule, return tomorrow. And then, as we get back into the weekdays, we'll be doing some indie content again, although, like I said, next week there might be a bit of disruption in the schedule. But anyway, more Mario Maker tomorrow. And I'm sure we'll be back to that Mang level at some point. I'm just looking around to see who will pass you on to next. Probably somebody else doing Mario Maker, and so we'll just pick somebody. So, once again, thanks for watching. Stick around if you want to raid. And that is it for now. Have a good night, good morning, good day in general. Until we meet again, fare thee well.